Good morning. Welcome back to day 2 of the National Advisory Committee meeting on racial, ethnic, and other populations. I'm Nancy Bates. For those of you who may have been here or tuning in yesterday, I think you'll agree that we had a really productive meeting. I was able to kind of eavesdrop on some of the committee discussions yesterday and get a preview of some of the recommendations, and I think I'll be very pleased with all the input that we're getting. Today's agenda looks just as promising. I want to remind the audience that if anyone intends to give public comment, if you've not done so already, please provide your name at the registration desk. So I want to quickly run down a review of the agenda today before we get started. First off, Carol Gore will be bringing some opening remarks, and following that we'll have our first presentation by Suzanne McArdle, who is going to give a presentation on the Response Outreach Area Mapper, or the ROAM. I think this will become a fan favorite. I know it's one of mine. We'll have some committee discussion that will be led by our chair, Ditas. Following that presentation, we'll hear from Greg Hanks. And this is another really innovative and exciting development at the Census Bureau regarding a partnership with the United States Postal Service in the end-to-end test. After that, we'll have a break, and then Megan Morey will present on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Working Group. At 11 o'clock, we'll stop what we're doing, and we'll have the opportunity for public comment. And then following the public comment, Scott Knickie will present updates on the Census Coverage Improvement Integrated Project Subteam. Next, we'll have Jerlene Daniel, who will present on the Undercount of Young Children Working Group. And then we'll have a working lunch where our chair and vice chair, Ditas and Carol, will moderate the NAC committee discussion and, again, formulation and voting on recommendations. At 1:45, we'll have a break. We'll then reconvene around 2, and then Ditas will present the fall meeting recommendations. We plan today at 2:30 to be adjourned, and the bus will depart about 15 minutes after we adjourn from the same area at Gate 7. Again, just a little bit of housekeeping. I'd like to remind you that if you want to make a statement, state your name and speak directly into the microphone so that we can accurately reflect your comments for our proceedings, our recorded proceedings. This is needed each time that you speak. Some committee members may still need to stop by the registration desk and pick up their travel reimbursement materials. Please try and do that this morning if you can. For committee members and needing a bus to the hotel, the bus will leave the Census Bureau at 2:45, again in front of the building. The bus will make a stop at 3:15 at the National Airport and return at 3:45 to the hotel. If you need a taxi, just let folks know at the registration desk and we can arrange that for you. Also, try to remember to turn in your badge at the end of the meetings. Again, a reminder that due to federal guidelines, the refreshments are provided for committee members only. So at this time, I think I'd like to welcome Carol Gore, the Vice Chair, to offer some opening remarks.
Good morning. I'll be very brief. I think yesterday was really a wonderful day. I was pretty proud of everyone and how you are truly representing all of your communities here. The engagement was deep. I thought the questions were very thoughtful. I want to thank all of you for your engagement and your representative here. I also want to thank the census staff who were incredibly good listeners yesterday as we work through topics that really matter to us. It matters to us that you're listening, that you care what we have to say, that we are truly here to impact the work that you're doing. We appreciate the work that you're doing. So I wanted to thank this morning those of you that were engaged. I also want to give a shout out to Tara, who recommended a different process for our recommendation process, and I'm hearing from everyone that that's pretty much a thumbs up. I'm going to be asking you more directly when we get to that process, but I think it went very well, and it was Tara's idea. I thank her for that, and also a thank you to Terry for agreeing to be our scribe. We still have a little bit of work to get the recommendations organized this morning before we vote on them, so I'll be working behind the scenes to try to get that done. Beyond that, I just wanted to ask you to think about a couple of things, topics for the spring. So we'll be asking you, what would you be interested in talking about, hearing about at our spring meeting? Ditas and I are often held accountable to what's on the agenda, and we would prefer that you had some input on what that agenda looks like, as would Census. This is really their request. So it would be helpful to Census and to Ditas and I to help set an agenda that does the right things for you in April. Beyond that, I think we have got a lot of good work in front of us, and wish you a good morning, and thank you again. Safe travels home.
Thank you, Carol. Okay, so at this time, we'll have Suzanne McCardle is going to give us a demo on the Response Outreach Area Mapper.
Good morning. So before I get started, I just wanted to say that I've dedicated all 9.5 of my census years to the mapping area of the Geography Division. So I hope you take me 100% seriously when I say that I'm very excited to be here today, this early morning Friday, to talk about this one map in particular. So today I get to walk you through the beta version of a new tool that we'll be launching publicly in the near future. This new tool was developed to make hard-to-survey areas easier to identify and to provide a socioeconomic and demographic profile of those areas.
Suzanne, can you speak a little bit into the mic?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry, I got a couple of things over here. So is that better? Okay. Learning about each hard-to-survey area allows for the creation of tailored communication and partnership campaigns, and can help management plan field resources, including hiring staff with language skills, for example. These and other efforts that can be informed by this tool can improve response rates. So the Response Outreach Area Mapper, or ROAM for short, provides a gateway into the subset of Census Bureau's planning database. The planning database is a data set that exists to plan field activities and for research purposes. It includes 2010 census operational data, American Community Survey 5-year estimates, and a metric that does not live in any other database, the low response score. The foundation of the ROAM, as you can see upon entry into the application, is a national map of census tracts shaded by low response score. The low response score, or simply LRS, is the predicted male non-response rate. The low response score, as we see on this map and in this legend, the darker the census tract is shaded, the higher the LRS, meaning that the harder it is to count. So the darker the areas in the map, the harder those areas are to count. I can navigate around this map similar to how you would other sites like Google Maps. I can double-click to zoom in. I can use my mouse wheel. I can use these plus or minus zoom buttons in the upper left. I can click and pan around the map. So all of these ways of navigating the map are helpful if you're simply exploring. But if you have a particular area of interest, there's a search box for that. These are actually census tracts. Yes, sir. So I can, if you can navigate to a particular area of interest by using this search box here. So it's really important to note that even though you can search by all of these types of geography, by an address, by state, by county, place, zip code tabulation, which are the best spatial representations of the zip codes that we have, congressional district, regional office, and census tract. This is only for navigational purposes. The low response score is calculated at the census tract level, and it cannot be aggregated or summarized to different levels of geography. So if we search in this drop-down box for a congressional district, we are not going to see the low response score for a congressional district. We're just using that to navigate us to that area and to identify that area, and you can reveal the census tract data underneath. So I want to zoom to a particular place, Langley Park, Maryland. And you can see that the IntelliSense prompt isn't even going to make me type out that full area. So you can see that I've now highlighted Langley Park, Maryland. So I lose some of my frame of reference for all of you who probably don't know where Langley Park, Maryland is. It's a little bit confusing to see what we're looking at. So I'd like to turn off the low response score layer to reveal the street network. We can zoom in a little bit further to see that additional streets are labeled just to kind of get a better sense of where we are. We can change the underlying map to be satellite imagery in case you'd like to get a better sense of what that area looks like on the ground. So I'd like to turn my low response score data back on and just make you aware that we can change the transparency on this to bring the desired visual result. I'm going to click on a particular census tract to show you exactly what this tool is doing. So the low response score of this particular census tract is 38.8. So that means that 38.8% of households in this census tract are predicted to not self-respond to the decennial census. We can also reveal some of the other ACS estimates that are included in the planning database. So you can see that the median household income for this particular tract is pretty high at $62,000. You can see that there's a high percentage of people who identify as Hispanic in this area, 89%. We can see that 92.2% of the housing units are renter occupied, and that 52.8% of the households have no one age 14 or above that speaks English very well. So I'd like to show you that we can filter out certain tracts that meet a set of criteria. So I'd like to show you how different similarly scored LRS census tract looks in comparison to the Langley Park tract we just looked at. So right now, I click this button off to say filter by map extent. By default, it's only bringing up census tracts that are in the current mapping area. So I'd like to turn that off, and you can see, it might be a little bit difficult to see, but down in the lower left corner of the map, I have over 73,000 features in this data table. I'd like to go ahead and query the national set of census tracts to find all census tracts that have a low response score between 35 and 40. So I can do that simply here. So now you'll see that that number in the lower left corner of the data table has shrunk to 878 census tracts meet those requirements. I can now manipulate this subset of data by clicking on different fields in the data table. Right now I'm just going to sort them by their unique ID. And I wanted to show you that this data table is actually connected to the map. So now I can double click on a record of a census tract that meets that criteria and navigate to it. It happens to be the University of Alabama. So I would like to create a bookmark for the University of Alabama. And then I would like to navigate to another census tract that meets this criteria. Here we're looking at another university. And then just one more, another university. So I'm going to make a bookmark here. And now you can see that I can really easily go back to areas that I've saved that are of interest to me. One of the things that I'd like to point out that this pop-up table, this pop-up box here that contains all of these ACS data estimates, all of this data is included in this data table below. So now I can take a look at the 3 census tracts we picked at random for fun and scroll across this data table to get a more direct comparison of how those three areas differ. So you can see that the percentage of the population aged 18 to 24 is pretty high in all 3 of these areas, which we would imagine. But you can also get a sense for how those areas differ socioeconomically and demographically if we continue to look in the data table. One of the other things I wanted to mention is that we can also export a subset of the data based on the filter that we created. So we can...
Suzanne, can I ask you to do one thing?
Yes.
Can you do another example in the filtering where you do more than one thing, where you like pick out like a county that has an LRS, you know, all the tracks in a county that have LRS higher than such and such, that like certain percentage that don't speak English very well?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm going to clear the selection there. And I'm going to delete my last filter and include a new one. So let's take a look at the state of California. So I know that state FIPS code is 06, so I'm going to add that as one of my search criteria. And what else should we look at for California? Let's take a look at where the median household income is below a certain number. Let's say is less than 40,000, and we'll just see if we get any records. I haven't done this, so I'm not 100% sure how many census tracts we'll identify. So there are again, at the bottom left of the data table here, 1,744 census tracts that meet that set of criteria with the multiple filters. So we can then sort in our data table by low response score. And these values of -1 are actually areas where the low response score is not calculated for one reason or another. We can see where some of our highest low response scores are in California. And so you can see that we can navigate directly to that particular area and do a little bit more research, exploratory. And then the one thing that I was getting ready to mention is that now that we have this subset of data, we could export this particular list to a comma delimited file to be able to open that in Excel and do any kind of, or any other data program to be able to do additional analysis.
So if you did an additional layer of like Spanish speaking, you know, in census tracts that, and then you say in census tracts with the LR score between, you know, 35 and 45 or 35 and 40, with Spanish speaking, or is it the one that, you know, people under 14, that one?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And we, for the publicly released version, we are adding different language variables, but the beta version that I'm showing you right now simply has the ACS estimate where people aged 14 and above do not speak English very well in the household. So let's find that for you.
Oh, great, great.
1 second. Here we go. And we'd like to take a look at where this value is high. So let's say 40% and see if we can narrow down that field of play. And so 133 census tracts meet that criteria. And I still have this data table sorted by the highest LRS at the top. So we can move to here, and I don't know if this looks familiar to you, where you would think that this would be an area where this would be the case, but. There we go. Okay. So. So once you're able to create this subset of data, you could take it out of this application and move to a different analysis tool for that. And so we're really saving you looking at the 40 million planning database file, 40 million cell planning database file that exists right now. So we're really trying to provide sort of a gateway, a very simple gateway that's also visual to be able to provide that access to the data. And then one other thing that I wanted to show you, I know that I mentioned that the low response score doesn't exist at other levels of geography. For this particular application, and it actually doesn't exist, the low response score is only calculated at the census tract level and at the block group level. And for the application, we've decided to move forward with visualizing the census tract level. But we do have other areas and other geographic boundaries included in this application so that you could determine which congressional district the particular area that you're looking at is in, or which zip code, generally which zip code that area is in, or which place. And so you can determine those types of things by clicking into the map to identify those areas for you. And so that's all that I had planned to show, and I figured that there might be other things that you want me to do in here to demonstrate, but.
Thank you, Suzanne. This is, I get really excited about this. I'm a wannabe data geek and I'm a wannabe mapping geek, but I'm so excited. I'm a visual person, so this excites me not only because as I help plan California's, I know there's a lot of different mapping apps out there. None of them have the LRS score, which for me is super important because I don't want to sift through the 40 million records. I mean, I can look at the response scores from 2010, but a lot's changed, and so I really appreciate having the planning database, the ACS data there. I appreciate the languages. I think I'll give you guys a little sneak peek in terms of how this is used, because some of you guys are like maps, but in terms of how California, how we're approaching our outreach, is we're doing it by map, by district, by area, so that we can mobilize our people in the area. This is sort of the ground game that I talked about, and having as much data as we can down there. But we want to be able to take Rome and use it like what you guys have built, which I always use the food analogies. It's like a shepherd's pie. It's the meat, right? And then my mapping folks in California want to put the, potatoes and all that stuff on top. They like the good stuff, which I think at a national level would be really tough to do. I mean, that's a lot of data. So we're going to overlay data, libraries, all these different churches, community-based organizations, and we'll use them as geographic points, but the additional stuff that we want to add to yours is if there's a Boys and Girls Club there, who do they serve? So it's more of the, definitely, I'm going to call it sort of cultural data that we're at, so that as we look at overlaying those dark blue areas, who serves those areas? And we want to engage those community groups to be able to add that. The other thing we want to be able to do to what you're doing is be able to, for those community groups to draw the lines of where their jurisdictions that they cover and they serve, which having a map drawing, and Arturo would really find that functionality in his other hats he wears, and in future years, the ability on a application to do that. I know you guys can't do that, but I guess what I'm saying is, I think that making Rome available publicly on a public file, public server, I guess is that what you'd call it, would be really useful for our state. And I think other states, as they come along, be like, oh wait, we want this access too. But that's for planning, and for the rapid response that we've been talking about within the integrated communication plan, we need that on Rome. We don't need it somewhere else that we got to go fish for it and then lay over there. Like, why wouldn't you want to see this and then flash forward 870 days from now or whatever it is, and be able to see in those are those census block level, you said? Census tract level. Are you going to go down to the block group level?
So the low response score is calculated down to the block group level. For the purposes of this application, it was decided that we would be releasing the low response score at the census tract level.
Okay.
Only.
And then response rates will be reported out at the, not yet decided yet. We would love it at the census block group level, at the lowest, I guess, geographic area that you could find, because that would be really helpful for us. But you guys, so imagine looking at this map, and we can see, wow, see that dark blue area, that response rate in that track is only at 19%. But if you look around up in, Downey, oh, look, it's better, it's at 20, or 40%, then we can real time be able to say, and then we've already laid over, hey, look, there's a church over there, there's community partners over there, we've funded, our foundations have funded what areas. So we're also looking to use this map to track where and coordinate funding of the various groups Because as Arturo said, how do we coordinate all the various things that are going on? And for me, it's like I got to be able to see it and see where they overlap. So I think it's a great application, and that I think everybody should be continuing to track to see what you guys do. But the recommendations I had was make sure that you combine Rome with the rapid response mapper, or whatever you guys are going to call that. Get that down to the lowest level of geography in terms of response rates, because we need to use it for planning, and we need to use it for the on-the-ground work that we're going to do separately from, obviously partnering with your partnership specialists. I recommend that, and I have these all recommendations out there, that it's put on a public server so people can use it. And the wonderful thing about this is you guys are always updating it. And if you could, I know you guys can't, but we're probably going to do it, allow people to draw their own, because you already have existing congressional districts, be able to draw different maps and pop out. But you probably can't do that. I think that's all I wanted to say about that. I just think it's super exciting, and I would love to hear other questions. And Terry, sorry, Luke, and then Terry.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for the presentation. I just have two questions. When do you anticipate this going live to the public?
Yeah, so we're working right now, the ability for other third-party applications and third-party folks to be able to tap into the underlying source data, that it actually needs to be put on a server that can handle that amount of volume and traffic. So we're working through the details of all of that to be able to try and support the third-party connections pulling to the source data.
Okay.
But it is true that this actually, what we just saw, the demo of what Suzanne just did, that's going to be available very soon.
Okay.
What she's talking about is kind of an extra.
So this beta application that I'm using today is live in the public. It has not been broadcast because it is considered a beta version, and we've trained partnership specialists to use it. We've given demonstrations to data dissemination specialists and a number of other folks across the agency. So people have already been working with this and providing us feedback to try to tailor and enhance the next release of that application. But this is actually available and is included in the master slide deck, so you should be able to use this and play around with it on your own if you're interested in doing that.
Cool. And then the second question I have is, so how, and I realize it says the 2014 census tract, how do you account for neighborhoods changing? So I could just imagine in New York City, 2014, there are areas in New York City that's not the same demographic, which mean the response rate may differ. And so how do you account for that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's a part of how the low response score itself is calculated. The -1 values that I showed you that indicate there isn't a low response score calculated for a particular tract, that's one of the criteria that means the census tract cannot be calculated, as if there is not a comparable geography from the 2010 census tract to the 2014 census tract. And the reason that we're displaying the 2014 tracts is because the planning database, the current planning database is with the low response score was calculated using the 2010 to 2014 ACS estimates. We're anticipating that the 2017 planning database will be available at the end of this calendar year, and that will the LRS will be calculated against the 2011 to 2015 ACS estimate. So at that point in time, the map would update as well to the 2015 boundaries. You're welcome.
Hi, Terry Minnis, Asian Americans Advancing Justice at AJC. Thank you very much for this presentation. I was curious if you could go through a little bit more about the language variables that will be available. I noticed on the beta, the information was provided about those who spoke English very well, and it seems sort of counterintuitive to think that perhaps it would have made more sense to provide those who were limited English proficient or those that didn't speak English very well. So if I can get more on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. I can comment on that. So the application right now is actually showing the variable that's being shown is, and I breezed through this when I showed it, I'm sorry, is the households where English is not spoken very well. But the actual language variables that will be included, we are incorporating the 7 languages that were included in the 2018 test. So we'll have percentages on those 7 variables will be getting added are population 5 and above who speak English less than very well and speak Spanish and speak Russian, etc. You're welcome.
Carol, then Randy, Hassan, and Arturo.
Thank you. Nice presentation. So I'm from the great state of Alaska, and even though we're large in size, we often end up as either an asterisk or an island off the coast of California. So I just want to make sure that you have some data for Alaska. So I'm looking for some confirmation from you that this will be a useful tool for us too.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
And
you.
so as a cartographer and somebody who is very picky about the way things look on a map, I'm often frustrated that Alaska shows up as an asterisk or in the wrong corner of the page. Unfortunately, in the web mapping world doesn't love Alaska. The projections aren't so that we can fit Alaska into the mainframe of the page. We're looking at ways that we can make that better because it drives me absolutely crazy that we can't see Alaska with the rest of the contiguous US, and Hawaii is out here on its own too. So I don't want you to get too excited about the Alaska data that I'm going to show you right now, because in the re-released planning database, we actually identified a number of census tracts that should not have received a low response score, but currently in this beta version have one. So in the release that's coming in the near future, a lot of Alaska is not calculated, and that's simply because it wasn't a part of, well, I think Nancy might be able to get into this a little bit more, and I don't want to misstate.
So because Alaska in 2010, a lot of it was not mail out, mail back. It was the update, enumerate. So because of that, if it doesn't, if there's not enough households in the denominator to calculate a low response score, we don't have one. But certainly in the areas where we did, it will show up. And maybe if you go into one of the cities, like Anchorage or Fairbanks.
So you'll see that there is variation in here. And again, for the publicly released app, the planning database changed a little bit so that a lot of these tracks are going to be grayed out as -1, but you will still be able to click on the independent tracks and get the full listing of the ACS estimates that are available through the application. So, I'm sorry.
It's common, but thank you. It's nice to have some inclusion.
Hi, I just wanted to know, you were saying that the low response rate comes from 2010 to 2011 or something like that. That's fine. I just wanted to know where the characteristics of the population come from. Do they come from the latest 5-year ACS, or are they also from that earlier 2010 to?
I think that would also be a Nancy question, because I don't know the specifics of the model that calculates the low response score.
So Randy, is your question which 5-year estimates are populating this?
Is it the latest?
It's not the latest, but it's the 2011 through 2015?
The 2010 to 2014 ACS estimates, it's right here are the ones that are being displayed in the application. Is the population variable for that ACS estimate also what went into the model to calculate the low response score?
Well, so every year we remodel the LRS, and so we're using whatever 5-year estimates are being populated for the characteristics. That's what we're using to recalculate the LRS.
And this version is 2010 to 2014. Oh, characteristics. I'm just talking about the language, the.
Yes.
Correct.
I see. Thanks.
First, congratulations, Suzanne. This is very impressive. You may have said it, but if you could say it again, how is the feedback loop from the users is going to look like?
So we are setting up a census.gov landing page for the link to this application to live, for a user guide application, a user guide document to support users who are actively working in this application, as well as frequently asked questions, just sort of all support for the application will live on that census.gov page, and there will be an email address for users to provide that feedback. Internally, most of that feedback has been trickling its way back to us by the partnership specialists. They have a particular point of contact that they've been providing. They've been gathering all of the comments and getting them back to us so that we can go through our list of possible enhancements and bug fixes. So as of right now, there are several main points of contact that get filtered to us, but once this is released to the public, there will be an email feedback mechanism on there.
Arturo.
Thank you, and congratulations. Very exciting. Several questions. Come Census 2020, which population data set will be linked to this? Which estimates will we have available?
So I think that also might be speaking to the planning database release.
Yeah, I'm looking in the audience to see if Kathleen or Luke is here. I don't think they are. We have a very limited staff in CSM that is nice enough to update this application, the PDB, once a year, because this isn't their main job. We're usually a little bit behind. So come 2020, it's hard for me to say exactly which iteration. I mean, I'd like to say it'll be the most recent 5-year estimates, but I can't say that with certainty.
Okay.
But it'll certainly be updated yearly. I mean, that is our plan, to try and put out a new version of PDB, and each time we have a new version of PDB, we can refresh this application.
That's the hope.
Is age one of the characteristics in here?
Yeah, so
This is a
right
Jardine
now,
question.
I don't think it's in this beta version. Hold on one second,
So
because
we're gonna
that's one of the particular pieces of feedback that I got directly already. And so we do have several age variables, and that's population under 5.
Perfect.
Population 18 to 24, and then population 65 and over.
And it would be interesting to know how you calculate the low response score. I know you have a model, so you don't have to explain it now, but it'd
Sure.
be helpful
So
to know.
actually, I believe on the page that she brought up, there is a link that'll take you right to the methodology.
Great.
There was a paper that was we just published earlier this year in POQ that gets into the
Okay.
nitty-gritty.
And just 2 more questions. So the LRS will be available only by census tract geography? Is that what I'm understanding?
No, it's available both at the block group
Uh-huh.
and at the tract on the planning database. So you can go to the planning database right now and look at the LRS at the block group or the tract. For this application, we went with the tract, so it's only displayed at the tract level,
Good.
but it does exist at the block group.
Say, could the state of California overlay its state legislative districts on this?
Not specifically within this application. There isn't a user interface to be able to bring in your own data layers onto this, and that's a limitation in the way that the hardware that we're using to be able to create this application. But if we are able to make the underlying source data available, you would be able to pull in the source data into whatever, another type of application where you could overlay your state legislative
Great.
districts or
And
other.
final question. Do you have this for Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands?
Unfortunately, that's another Nancy question. The low response score is not calculated for Puerto Rico.
Right, so again, Puerto Rico in 2010, I don't think there was any mail out, mail back. It was pretty much all update, enumerate. So there was nothing to basically base the LRS on.
But is Rome available for Puerto Rico, for all these other characteristics?
No.
We have not.
Just thinking in terms of, the disaster that they're experiencing, this kind of tool will be, I think, very helpful as we try to make sure we get a good enumeration on the islands.
That would be a great recommendation, Arturo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And Suzanne, I wanted to compliment you. This is just amazing, and I think that of all the tools that you could provide us going into census, this is absolutely amazing. I have one technical question and one procedural question. For sparsely populated census tracts, will the data be suppressed in those tracts? Because that's going to be true in a lot of the very rural parts of Indian country.
So basically, I'm not a disclosure expert in the ACS at all, but if it's available on the ACS, the publicly available ACS, then we can populate it. If it's been suppressed, you know, because the ACS figures there's too small of a population, then it won't be on there. And in some of the cases, you do see that the values are like -1 because it's not available in the ACS.
And if it's not available, will we at least be able to see through the color shading that it had a response rate that falls below whatever the threshold is that we set?
If there was enough households in that tract to qualify to calculate a low response score, then yes. If it was in an area that was, again, not the type of enumeration area where it was mostly mail out, mail back, then it won't.
Okay. And then the procedural question I have is, we're obviously all excited because we're going to use this with our organizations and partners. And I'm curious, in what ways will Census be using this for its planning purposes to reach hard-to-reach populations?
So again, Tim, do you want to take that one, Field?
So, Tim Olson, this kind of tool allows us to see what we've done, like in the last census using the planning database, which is really great. So the feedback Suzanne has gotten from my team has been extremely positive, and of course asking for more and more and more. How we use it. Currently we have 43 partnership staff throughout the country. As they are developing their, I wouldn't say high-level plans, but their partnership plans for implementation when we expand the staff to about 1,000 in 2019 and 2020. This helps us target where we do our outreach specifically. For example, LA County, great example. You know, you could target the entire county, but with the number of staff we will have, we want to be judicious and go to those hardest to count, the highest low response score areas. You start there and then you work out. And like Dita said, you identify what organizations are in those areas that could be potential partners to focus explicitly on the population in that immediate area. And often, you know, partnership, it's an exponential type thing where you reach out to, you know, a really effective local organization that is connected to many others, and they are not based on geography. So you reach a great organization that has the capacity to motivate other groups, right? So all of them are going to be reaching out in their most interest, their area of greatest interest. This helps us, I would say, guide them on where to put their effort, getting the word out. We use it also on the recruiting side, as we have to get ready to recruit, you know, a lot of people to do the enumeration job. This helps us in the planning to know what languages to require, to understand, again, what organizations will be effective in those specific areas in helping us generate applicants, local people. So that's how we use it.
Thank you.
So just to add, I mean, I think what I heard kind of underlying was that there is a need to make sure that the underlying data is updated as accurate as possible by 2020. But what I also heard was that the people who are doing it, it's kind of it's sort of their night job, it's not their day job. So I would like to, you know, make a suggestion that the Census Bureau, or whether it's within Field or whoever's using it, put the resources forward to make sure that the most updated data is there immediately. I mean, I get that if it's one person doing it, but let's put the resources toward it, because we want this to be something that communities, that groups, that counties use as a baseline. I don't think they can pile everything on there, but that's why it needs to be on a, you know, an open public database so that you can pull it down and with your mapping tools add, you know, I'm going to add all the, you know, cool restaurants, or, you know, I mean, you could add stuff where you think people are going to be hanging out, or where those sort of internet hubs are, or things that you would think are non-traditional that people don't really have that data, but you do because you know that community. So
So just to add to that a little bit, it might help to kind of just give the 30-second version of how we even got here. This thing grew up organically. It wasn't something that came from top down. So to your point, we've been able to catch as catch can, get some great people to work on it, but it isn't their day job. So one of our efforts here was we just wanted to get this beta version out. It hasn't gotten out as quickly as we wanted it to, but it is out, and then we're hoping to have the public rollout. It's not going to be perfect, but we figured let's get something out there so we can start using it, and we can start getting feedback in to improve it if we can. So it certainly doesn't have all the bells and whistles that we hope, but I think it's definitely a good benchmark and a good starting point. And I'll just say that one of the other ways we've been using it is that I've been working with some staff to try to figure out if we can come up with a model, because one of the other things the field asked us was, this is great, but can you give us a way to prioritize these tracks? You know, should we just be doing straight LRS, or should we be doing some little nuances? So one of the exercises we've been doing, we used it for the Providence County for the end-to-end test. We took that county and we ran, you know, several different models with the top 10% tracks, and then we can hand this over to field and say, look at these 10 tracks versus these 10 tracks versus these. And it's really interesting because the cool thing about the LRS is that you can have these tracks that have the exact same high LRS score, but being able to zoom in and look at the underlying ACS variables, they're hard to count for extremely different reasons, right? Some of them because it's a young population, it's a college area. Other ones completely different. It's because it's language, or it's poverty, or it's high mobility. So that's how we think you can really bring this together, and this is really the power of this thing.
Thanks. Just to echo, congratulations, this is fantastic. So many of my questions were answered, but I wanted to know, so I wanted to just confirm that the low response rate is it based on just mail? Okay, so it's just mail. Because I was wondering, because, I mean, the ACS is internet and mail.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is definitely a caveat, and it's all we had to go on for the 2010 was one mode. We're definitely aware of that. So one of the enhancements we want to do as soon as possible is to try to get some variable indicating internet penetration in a tract. Right. The 5-year estimates for the ACS will come out at the end of this year. So at some point they'll be available from the ACS. In the interim, there's a pretty good variable that comes from the FCC that's been used in some other modeling, and it's pretty well predictive of internet use. So we're hoping to add that in soon. I don't know if we're going to make it in the next iteration, but we're definitely aware of that. And that's one of the things that's sort of spelled out as a caveat.
Okay, because I wondered if the LRS would be used to calculate that 20% who would get internet and choice, but maybe that's for the future. I don't, yeah.
Again, Mike Bentley can talk to how we're exactly operationalizing that 20%. I don't know the formula behind it, but I think FCC is one of the variables in that, isn't it? Yes.
So on that 20%, would we be able to see on a map like this who's getting paper forms or not? Like, I'd like to know who in my neighborhood's getting paper forms so I can make sure we're following up, and who's not.
I think it's make a recommendation. I mean, you know, these are the things we want to add on.
Any other questions? Well, Suzanne, thank you so much. And I just want to say, you know, she said this came up organically, right? With people, great people here at the census, but like, wouldn't this be cool? I mean, I think it was more like she asked you for something else and you're like, how about this? And it was like, wow, how cool is that? So we can come up with those sort of ideas as well. But we need to make sure that you guys have the resources to continue to populate the data, because like I can't handle 40 million records, but making it look, you know, easy for me to manage. But the cool thing is for you data folks is you can also extract the data. So once you've pulled it up, you're like, oh yeah, I really want to do that. You can pull it out and do more really, you know, more intricate things with it. So again, thank you very much. We're putting some recommendations on the table today, and we're going to add that one that make sure you guys get the resources to keep it updated. I think this is going to be key. If you look at 2018, there's no partnership specialists except for the 43 on the ground. And again, I continue to stress what can we do as the NAC in 2018, and that's we need to be building our ground game and encouraging our states and our counties to do that. And this exact tool is something that I'm going to be taking across the state of California to 20 to 25 convenings, and that they're going to want to see this so that the people understand their hard-to-count areas. And then we're going to do our things called SWORD, if you ever heard me talk about it, which is statewide outreach and rapid deployment. So it combines the Roam with this rapid response, which we're hoping you guys will combine so that our people in the field can understand where they need to reach out, who their trusted messengers, they can populate, they can draw, and it's all based on us being able to have access to this, because we don't want to rebuild it, because you've done a fantastic job. We're just going to add all the nice stuff on top that really helps it be local, California-based, and more effective than sort of at a national level. Not that, I mean, this is the great baseline. So thank you again.
Thank you very much, and I'll make sure to bring all of that excitement and congratulations to the rest of the folks who have worked on this. So thank you very much.
Okay, you're the only one that got applause, so.
Hey, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Suzanne. I knew that would be a fan favorite. Okay, we're running a little bit, I think we're right on time, actually. We're close to it. So next up, actually, I'm also excited to hear from Greg, and I'm sure you will too. Again, this is about a really innovative, nice new partnership with the United States Postal Service.
Thank you, Nancy. Good morning, everybody. As Nancy said, my name is Greg Hanks. I'm the Deputy Chief in the Census Bureau's Geography Division, and I'm pleased to be here with you this morning to give you an update on the Census Bureau's enterprise partnership with the United States Postal Service. I'm giving it a second for my slides to appear. One more. Perfect. So for our agenda today, we'll talk first about the mechanics of the overall partnership itself, then discuss ongoing engagements, and finally highlight the work that the Bureau is doing with the Postal Service as part of the 2018 end-to-end census test. Go ahead and advance one more slide for me. So the Census Bureau and the United States Postal Service have an active and long-standing partnership. This partnership benefits both agencies by providing opportunities for capacity building and innovation that will enable each of us to meet enterprise objectives in an evolving business environment. A key example is the coordination and logistics associated with the delivery of decennial census materials, including invitation letters, census questionnaires, and reminder notices. In 2010, for example, the Postal Service delivered over 100 million census questionnaires on behalf of the Bureau. Another important example includes the Census Bureau's ongoing use of the Postal Service's delivery sequence file to add, change, and geocode addresses for the address frame or master address file, as we call it here at the Census Bureau. On average, the Census Bureau adds over 500,000 addresses each year alone through the use of the delivery sequence file. More recent collaborations have focused on the Bureau's use of Postal Service staff and facilities as part of our in-field testing, which I'll discuss in more detail later. So this slide shows how focus areas from both organizations are served by our working together. So the Census Bureau and Postal Service partnership has existed for decades and has evolved over time from the delivery of questionnaires to the use of complex data about addressing and deliverability to now focusing on how the Bureau might use advanced Postal Service technology to increase response rates and significantly reduce the cost of the 2020 census. This expanding partnership requires permanent institutional structure and governance to ensure that it remains a source of innovation and communication. In November 2016, the Postal Service hosted the Bureau for an executive brainstorming session with leadership representatives from both organizations that outlined a path for our collaboration leading up to the 2020 census. That session launched the creation of 5 subject matter themed working groups today that are co-chaired by both Postal Service and Census Bureau staff and that are serving as permanent visible forums for ongoing subject matter themed communication. Those 5 working group themes are address and spatial data products, optimizing self-response, partnership, fieldwork and human resources, and finally, modeling. Each working group maintains a charter and a current list of priority activities and is supported by a central coordination team that is staffed by both organizations. That coordination team is tasked with creating an environment that supports the new institutional structure, the governance around that new structure, and an inventory of existing and new opportunities to collaborate. So at a high level, we can discuss all of the Census Bureau's enterprise engagements with the Postal Service under three major categories. These categories are mailing and delivery services, data products and services, and finally, workforce services. Those categories can overlap, so where they do, a fourth category is created for cross-cutting activities. Defining the partnership in simple terms like this allows us to realize two immediate benefits: laying an understandable groundwork to accomplish and manage near-term priorities, and enabling the development and perpetuation of institutional memory upon which all future stakeholders can operate. A major achievement in the last couple months, in August of 2017, the Postal Service and the Census Bureau signed a letter of intent formalizing our joint commitment to work together towards mutually beneficial goals during the 2018 end-to-end census test and leading up to the 2020 census. So this slide has a lot of material on it. It gives some examples of current activities or projects under each of those three collaboration headings that I mentioned on the previous slide. Under the mail heading, we are exploring use of the Postal Service's Informed Delivery Service to allow subscribers to initiate internet self-response before they receive their census letters or postcards in the mail. I'll explain briefly what the Informed Delivery Service does if you're not familiar with it. It's a free public email subscription service offered by the United States Postal Service. You can sign up an email that's affiliated or associated with an address, your home address, and that will allow you to receive a daily email that contains grayscale scanned images of the address side of each first-class mail piece that you'll receive in your mailbox later that day. What the technology then allows you to do is to, working with the Postal Service, allow that grayscale scanned image to then be digitized so that the email reader can interface with the scanned image. For example, they could embed a URL or associate it with a hot button or click-through to allow, again, you could, and they use this for commercial purposes, advertisers, coupons, for example. They allow you to see the scanned image of, say, a coupon that you might receive in the mail, Bed Bath & Beyond, and click through that scanned image to go to a specific website. So we're exploring how that technology, again, available today to the public for free, might be usable to encourage internet self-response for the Bureau. So a couple notes about that. It could enable subscribers to respond via the internet without requiring that physical census mail piece in their hand. It would allow the Census Bureau to track the effectiveness then of this technology through use of dedicated URLs that are isolating folks that come through that door, if you would. And then along these lines, last week, literally, the Census Bureau hosted an informed delivery registration drive here at the Census Bureau, both as an opportunity to showcase this technology, but also as a gesture of our partnership with the Postal Service. So they were able to register just under 100 people here at the Bureau who are now subscribers to that service. We're also developing an interface to automate the tracing of census questionnaires and other mail in the mail stream for the 2018 end-to-end census test. This will enable us to quickly identify which households have already responded by mail and then remove them from the non-response follow-up universe. Under the data heading, I mentioned the delivery sequence file on a previous slide. The Census Bureau will also receive and use information about mail deliverability from the USPS, specifically the undeliverable as addressed file, which we can then use to identify and remove vacant housing units from the non-response workload as part of the 2018 end-to-end census test. Finally, under the workforce heading, we've listed some projects that we are considering as part of the 2018 test and that I will discuss in detail in the next couple of slides. So looking ahead to next year, there are several new areas where the Bureau and the Postal Service are collaborating. These new collaborations are in addition to the planned activities, including the postal delivery of census letters and postcards and the exchange of those data files that I mentioned on the previous slide. Work is underway to implement a pilot of the use of postal carriers as census enumerators that I will discuss in more detail on the next slide. We're also exploring how the Bureau might use post office facilities to increase awareness, recruiting, and response rates for the test through access to web-enabled kiosks and a messaging campaign that could involve signs and materials placed in post offices. And again, I'll mention that informed delivery technology and our specific interest in examining its impact on response during the 2018 end-to-end test. So I'm going to dig into this Postal Carriers as Census Enumerators pilot for a few minutes. The Bureau plans to deploy approximately 40 postal carriers as census enumerators within 2 zip codes that are adjacent to but outside of the Providence, Rhode Island test site. The postal carriers that participate in this pilot will receive the same training, automation, and kinds of assignments as other census-hired enumerators, and will conduct enumeration during the non-response follow-up portion of the test. The communities selected for this pilot are circled up on the map. I'm not sure you can read them, but they are North Attleboro, Massachusetts, to the east of Providence, and Warwick, Rhode Island, due south. Why are we considering this pilot? Questions about this possibility, what this could look like, have been asked numerous times in recent years by members of Congress, as well as other advisory and oversight bodies. The Postal Service maintains a permanent, well-trained and experienced labor force that possesses significant public trust and detailed knowledge about the addressing and residential patterns in communities that they serve. So this pilot will begin, emphasis on begin, to answer the questions around whether the census can leverage this workforce in addition to our own temporarily hired census field staff. So the map here on the screen shows a geographic area, Suzanne mentioned it in the earlier presentation, that is used by the Census Bureau called zip code tabulation area. So these are the best physical approximations we have of what a zip code would look like geographically on the ground. As you know, zip codes are linear geographies, but if you had to make it aerial, this is the best depiction that we have available. So those 2 graphics give you roughly the size of the 2 communities that we're considering holding the pilot in. So where are we today? A draft interagency agreement is circulating within both organizations to ensure that all subject matter areas are represented in the pilot requirements. Topics including the readiness of 2018 test system to support the pilot, legal and human resources questions, and data modeling to refine the cost parameters are being regularly discussed by those 5 working groups that I mentioned on the previous slide. A couple other highlights. Again, this is literally being developed day to day. We are considering the use of one area census office that would cover both of these jurisdictions, and that would be appended to the current plan for area census offices for the main Providence test site. Our plan, again, as it exists today, is to deploy these Postal Service employees in full postal uniform, driving Postal Service vehicles. So they will be operating as postal employees as part of the test. And again, as I mentioned earlier, cost. Right now, we are still in negotiations about what the final cost could look like for the Bureau to entertain this pilot. We've published a Federal Register notice on September 30th. It went up, the 60-day notice. We've received, in my opinion, a fairly small number of public comments, and those will be responded to within 60 days, which would be the 20th of this month. And again, a IT systems change request is making its way through to ensure that and the intent is that there are no or very, very few changes required to support this pilot in the field, that those changes are identified and worked into systems development for the test. The pilot has been a great opportunity for the Postal Service and the Census Bureau to jointly implement an innovative and visible project. We're grateful for their collaboration on the pilot and the full portfolio of activities that I've mentioned this morning. And that is the end of my material, so I'd be happy to take any questions that you have about the variety of topics I've introduced this morning.
Thank you so much. And if folks don't mind, I just put together a couple of slides on this. I'm Megan, by the way, for those of you who don't know me. Can I steal that clicker from you?
Totally.
You're the best.
Right over.
So there's so much of this that I'm excited about personally. I feel like there's a lot of really great ideas around partnership with USPS. And I wanted to highlight some of those for my colleagues on the NAC, and then maybe bring in some concerns that we have that we hope will be included in the conversations that you all are still having. There we go. Yes. So folks, I did a little research on this. This partnership's been going on forever, since like the 80s. The 70s, I think, since the first mail-out, mail-back. And so that history of partnership is great, you're continuing to build on that, super excited about it. What you talked about the math updates and the NRFU removal, both sound really exciting to me. And I also did a little research and saw that in 2010, this saved USPS $12 million just by destroying forms instead of mailing them back to census. So all that's super exciting. But then also as I continued to research and think, some concerns kind of bubbled up for me. And as I researched, I realized this has actually been proposed for decades as well. So there are a bunch of reports out. I found this one from 1995 from the National Research Council and one from 2011 from the GAO. And they raised some concerns that sort of percolated in my mind too. So I just want to make sure everybody was informed about those as we're discussing. The first is around cost concerns. There's like a pretty significant difference in pay scale between USPS folks and census enumerators. The average mail carrier pay is between $34 and $41 per hour versus the average pay for census enumerators at $15 an hour. And in addition, for a lot of USPS folks, you know, they have full-time jobs, so this would be overtime pay for them or pay on the weekends. So that could mean a really significant cost difference between using USPS folks and using census enumerators. So my accountant brain, I used to be an accountant, sort of perked up as I was reading about this. My second set of concerns are about efficacy. When I first heard about this, I was like, oh, of course, you know, letter carriers know where houses are, right? They know addresses, that's a thing. But then as I continued to think about it, I realized even in my own life, this wouldn't necessarily be true for me, right? Right now I live in an apartment building. There are 120 odd people who live there. My letter carrier, I've never seen my letter carrier. The mail appears in the lobby. It's awesome, but I don't know my letter carrier. So they wouldn't necessarily know where I live or who I am. And we also know that in urban areas, there's a lot of housing instability, and letter carriers might not necessarily know who's living there right then, right? I thought about when I lived in the suburbs, and there were like cluster boxes at the end of our road, and you had to walk up, get the mail, walk back, right? You know, again, our letter carrier knew people lived in that subdivision. They knew where the houses were, but they didn't know who lived in those houses. And similarly, in rural areas, you know, we know a lot of folks have P.O. boxes, have mailboxes at the end of a long driveway. So again, the letter carrier may not know, again, who's living in that house. So they know those addresses, but they don't necessarily know where people live, right? And then something popped up into my mind as well around the privacy and security things that we were talking about yesterday really come in here as well. This is really intimate information that we're sharing with a person who comes to our house every day. And that might not be information that I want someone who comes to my house every day to know. You know, I think of myself in a same-sex couple, and maybe I'm not totally comfortable with someone who comes to my house every day knowing, particularly in this climate with the kind of, you know, violence our community is seeing and discrimination our community is seeing. That might not be something I want my postal carrier to know, so it may make the census itself less accurate, because I might not give the right relationship answer if that postal carrier is an enumerator. I also thought it might have some negative implications for both USPS and census. Both of those entities are thought of as these amazing, solid things that are a little bit outside the political fray of the US government. And the more we make them into one and make them part of the political fray of the US government, you know, it could have some negative implications on the way that people think about those two federal agencies. And then the final one that really kind of came home for me yesterday was this fear of repercussions piece. And I think I've been thinking a lot about the religious exemptions legislation that's happening in states across the country, but also the regulations that came out of DOJ not too long ago that really give people the right to sort of opt out of discrimination law on the basis of their faith and moral beliefs. And it occurred to me that, you know, a US Postal Service enumerator who knows that I'm in a same-sex relationship, or knows that my neighbor is unmarried to her partner and they have a child together, or who's making assumptions about a person who checks the MENA box on the race and ethnicity question, could then have implications for literally like the mail they're delivering, right? If my postal service carrier believes that my relationship isn't right, then are they going to continue to deliver mail to me that has to do with our relationship, right? If they believe that my faith isn't right, are they going to continue to deliver mail that's related to my faith? So there's both the physical safety concerns, but then also sort of these repercussions around what the law looks like right now. So all of those things popped into mind. I wanted to use them as a base to start our conversation about this, and I would love to hear what other folks are thinking. Do you want to start us off?
Yeah, thank you, Megan. Wanted to add to the comment. You know, I lived in my apartment for 4 years, and I still get the previous tenant's mail the past 4 years. And so to say that a postal service worker would know that it's me who lives in that apartment, or even the person before, I don't know the accuracy in that. And so, and I had this question written down before you began presenting. What is the strategy around high-rise multi-family dwellings or multi-person dwellings? And you know, again, like Meg said, when we don't have an interaction with the postal worker, you know, how do we address that? The other piece I wanted to say as well is, you know, I'm not sure how many folks really have a personal relationship with their postal worker. It may just be hello, hi, happy holidays, but then when you start asking those personal questions, you know, I think a guard may come up, because that's not typically the questions that they ask. And so just wanted to add that to the soup.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And let's just go around the circle and so James, do you want to go next?
Sure. A related point, talking about rural addresses. In Indian country, one of the things that, this is kind of a false premise, that there's one mailbox and associated with one home. In Indian country, it's very common that you have a single address that may actually have multiple dwellings associated with it, because people will share mailboxes. In other cases in Indian country, people will just have the mail delivered directly to the tribal council office. So that's another concern, that when you're out in the middle of nowhere, that mailbox may be there, but it may have like a whole community that's associated with it.
Yeah, thanks for that addition. Indradeep, do you want to go next?
Your thoughtful comments, Megan, and thanks for the presentation. So just a question for clarification. So when we talk about this partnership, are we talking about the Postal Service staff delivering the questionnaire in a sealed envelope, or are we talking about this person actually talking to these residents, if they can find them? Which is it?
So as it exists today, the plan is to have the postal carriers serve as enumerators. So they would be conducting non-response follow-up, knocking on doors, and proceeding to ask the 10 census questions.
Okay, if that's the case, then just a question and a comment, perhaps, how would this add value to hard-to-reach populations? And part of me thinks that it would add value, because, you know, they can get to the door and access those groups. But also the question about transparency. Now we are saying this is a United States Postal Service employee who we have certain expectations and also know what they do and how they do it. But now, guess what? Their role has now changed. And this is not the person knocking on our door to get personal information. So I think there's some conflict and perhaps issues that should be addressed or thought about.
So just a quick reaction to that, and I could offer reactions if folks are interested in some of the other points that were made this morning, but to that specific one. So the Postal Service is as concerned about the image, the messaging around this as we are, for that very reason. They're a recognized and public national brand, and they want to keep it that way. And so if there's a path down the mountain here, we have to follow it. what kind of information do we equip them with? What kind of messaging campaign? How do we alert the community that's in the pilot area this is coming? How do they know that this is authentic? If they get this question, how do I know this is the truth? So we've got a fair amount of work in front of us to figure out how to equip these carriers, what kind of information, FAQs, identification to give them to be prepared to respond to challenges about the role that they're playing, but also how do we socialize it within the community so that generally that there's awareness that this is happening and why it's happening.
Just a quick question, though. It's our understanding that there won't be a communications plan associated with the test. Will there be some communication activities about this pilot in particular?
Right, so for the 2018 census test formally, there's limited or no communication plan that's in the works. For this pilot, it's to be determined. So we're still working with the Postal Service to determine and identify what they want to do as far as communicating this within their organization. They've got staff to tell, they've got a leadership chain, they've got unions to talk about regarding their involvement in this pilot, and also in the community that they serve on our behalf. So if there's an open door, it's what will Postal Service say about the role that they're playing for us.
And you actually just brought in another great point about the fact that most postal carriers are unionized, so this would be an additional set of activities. There would likely have to be union negotiations around that. If people were willing to work overtime, I have the numbers here somewhere, but I found a stat somewhere that said in order to conduct the activities that were conducted in 2010, every postal carrier would have to work 20 hours overtime for 5 weeks. That would be a serious negotiation with the unions for sure, so thanks for bringing that in. Terry, did you want to?
Sure. First, thank you for the presentation, and thank you clearly for all the care and thinking that you're doing with respect to the sensitivities. Thank you, Megan, for all the extra research you did and for your wonderful presentation. And certainly I echo all the concerns that you raised. I think one thing that leapt out at me in both presentations was, have there been thoughts about if you wanted to use the USPS staff, maybe not as enumerators, but as address canvassers? It seems like that is a more natural fit, and it would avoid a lot of, it may not answer all the questions, but it would avoid a lot of the other issues. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Yes, the answer is that question did come up. Part of the challenge and why we're looking at this pilot first from an enumeration perspective is the schedule, the calendar. When this idea really came up, it was in fact, it was a year ago yesterday. So the schedule for the 2018 end-to-end test address canvassing operation, it was too far along to work this in. So the next possible operation that we could find a way to work this in was non-response. But absolutely, the question, there's a similar line of questioning around how could this look to do canvassing? Some of the points that folks made about really there's a familiarity in that organization with addressing more than with people that live at the addresses. So that's a testable thing. So as looking ahead to the 2020 research agenda, we have floated the idea of building some look at canvassing using the same staff.
That's great to hear. Hassan?
Thank you, Megan. And thank you, Gregory. First, I want to echo and endorse all the concerns Megan shared with us, especially in the areas of privacy and especially in the area of discrepancy in wages. Gregory presentation triggered an idea, and maybe it's a question to Enrique. In Detroit, we tried this idea of kiosk for people who want to avoid going to City Hall and pay their property taxes there. So they made available kiosks all over the city. You can stop by and pay your property taxes, and it's been very helpful, successful project. Have we thought about maybe making available, and this could be part of this partnership with communities, is make available kiosks for people to stop by and fill out, and it could be in City Hall, it could be in malls, it could be in community-based organizations. I think it takes the campaign, it takes the message to communities, and it may help us in terms of building not only the trust, but also building the practicality of being involved with the census. So,
Yeah, thanks. I love that kiosk idea. It's great. Great. Is there consideration about extension?
Yes, and maybe Tim can talk about it a little bit more. We have not only kiosks, but different mobile arrangements that we can take to libraries, to events, to partnership meetings that can have laptops and other electronic equipment there so that people can fill out their questionnaire on the scene. If they do multiple questionnaires, then we have real-time non-ID processing to make sure that we unduplicate as we go forward. But I'll let Tim.
So I'm being a census veteran, gray hair and all. In the past, when we would encourage people who thought they were missed to fill out a paper be counted form, and you had to get them a form, or they had to go somewhere to get this paper form. Now, you just simply say, go to this URL and fill out the form. And so in outreach at the local level, when we get actually into the self-response, we can easily, and we experienced this in the 2016 census test in Los Angeles, where we do not exactly kiosks, but we simply have census staff with an iPad. And it's like a be counted situation. If you think you were missed, come and we'll fill out your form together. We'll turn over our iPad to you, just fill it out and hit submit, and you're counted. We found in the 2016 census test, community organizations really liked this. It felt like they could have a community event about the test, the census test, and use the act of being counted as one of the featuring things of it, right? And our back-end systems permit us to unduplicate if somebody has in the normal stream already been counted. This is great. So yes, long answer, yes.
Long but great. It was wonderful. Yolanda?
I echo some of the concerns that Megan has raised, but I also want to say that in my community, which is a small community, I moved into a new complex 4 years ago, and I'm still getting the mail of someone else, even though I continually return the mail to the post office, and it comes back to me after I've said addressee unknown. So I have some concerns about that. I don't see that as maybe a viable way. Because I have concerns about why am I still getting this lady's mail? For 4 years, no matter how many times I return it. So somebody is not checking that address.
Yeah, thanks for that. Arturo?
Thanks, Megan. I have a couple questions about the pilot itself. I'm curious, why were zip codes chosen that are outside of Providence County, which is the side of the end-to-end test? So wanting to know how you're going to conduct this pilot and outside of the end-to-end test area. And can you tell us a little bit about the housing stock in these zip codes?
Yes, so first question first, why did we isolate communities outside of Providence? That was a deliberate decision. The idea was because this was late arriving to the the plan, the test schedule for the 2018 test. And because the outcomes aren't necessarily known, the original intent was, let's not interfere with the operations, the assessments, the experiments, the study of work that's done inside the Providence test site that will be deployed in the typical fashion, the official way, a true dress rehearsal for the 2020 census. Let's isolate that away from an experiment now where several key variables are changed. Among them, and I didn't mention this earlier, so I'm glad that for the chance to explain this piece, because the postal carriers are doing this work, the typical census field management hierarchy that we would use to deploy census field staff in the field will not be in play. So the census field manager, the census field supervisor, the area census office manager, the typical role, the reports that they would receive, the feedback they would give an employee on payroll and mileage, disciplinary action, that will all look and feel very different in these areas. So for reasons that, because this is unique in a way, the idea was it's small, it's late to the plan, let's do this close by but not in the exact same test site. So in the event that something goes wrong, if there's some system hiccup, it doesn't interfere with or dilute the results of the main test site. So that's why we hung it right on the borders outside. And then, so that's the question about why not in Providence. And the second, I'm sorry, could you repeat the second question for me?
The housing stock, are these single-family homes? Are these high-rises? What do we know about these zip codes?
It's a mix of both. So there's a lot of multifamily apartment buildings. In Warwick, there are high-rise communities, not so much in North Attleboro, a lot of single-family housing. There's a lot of rental stock in both of these communities. There's also a fair number of commercial conversions back to residential use.
Great. Alisa?
Thank you. So let's say you can solve the issue of the potential negative image for the Postal Service. And let's say that through some sort of public campaign can deal with the issue of is this a postal worker coming under false pretenses. Whereas for address canvassing, I can see the benefit of the postal carrier being in his or her own route. For enumerating, maybe it shouldn't be in their own route, because that way it's not going to be a person that the respondents know. And in all good survey research, we tell interviewers, if you're going to get an address of a person that you know, or if you're going to get a list sample and you have to interview someone that you know, you return that case. You don't interview someone you know, because we know it has an effect on the data. So this could be an opportunity also, to use letter carriers, but not the ones that are going to keep coming to you. Yeah, I think that.
So if I could just say a quick word in response to that as far as the plans as they exist today. So you may have heard in other presentations that for a typical census fielded staff, their assignments for non-response follow-up will be optimized for them based on their availability, based on their starting point or their home address. So when you log in for the census assignment, whatever hours you're working, you have an optimized caseload. We're using the optimizing function for the postal carrier participants, but we're setting all of their home addresses to the address of their home post office. So what that could look like is everybody starts from the same spot. So it won't work out this way, but imagine there are 20 carriers in one zip code and 20 in the other. All 20 have a randomly available opportunity to go anywhere in the zip code that they serve. So by design, they will not be held to their carrier routes. So that's not a clean answer to your question, but the randomness may introduce opportunities for them to be conducting non-response that are not on the routes that they typically serve.
Enrique, please.
So I just wanted to get your thoughts on not thinking about the Postal Service as an all or nothing in the sense that you're not going to just do the census through the Postal Service, but thinking about if there are areas where it's difficult to recruit staff, could you use them as a supplement? So North Dakota may have a very low unemployment rate. The unemployment rate came out today. It was 4.1%, the lowest in 17 years. Very different than in 2010 when we were in the middle of a recession. So one of the options could be there's this workforce out there. Could we engage them, whether it's in their regular route or other routes? They certainly know the city or the county or the tracks or whatever. What's your reaction to kind of leveraging them where they may be most useful?
Yeah, so I definitely can speak to that, but Carol, did you want to? I see your eyes light up at that, so please.
Yes, thanks for bringing up that topic. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and I want to acknowledge the concerns that were provided here. I do agree and understand with them, but I find this very intriguing. When I think about hard-to-count populations in Alaska, I would say also areas of high unemployment, where usually your postal representative is a part-time employee, might only work 4 hours a week, would love to have a little extra income coming into their locality. So I would say both high and low employment might be areas where this idea could really have some impact. I had a couple of thoughts about opportunities. One, we're struggling with how to account for our homeless population, and I think that this will ring well with everyone here. Often the person that they know best is they're going to be a general P.O. box, and they wait for the mail from their family as their only connection. Most of them do not have a handheld or a computer. And so they look for that handwritten mail that all of us have forgotten. But in a homeless shelter or a group housing situation, the mail is their connection to their home and to their family. And so they will likely know the mail delivery person, and the mail delivery person will likely know them by name. So in terms of finding a trusted individual in that environment, I think there are some opportunities to explore that. I will also say, I was thinking about rural Alaska, where we don't really have the usual postal service employee in most of our communities. They're usually a contractor, and often it's once a week you hear the plane coming in and the entire village gathers around the airstrip where they're all waiting for their deliveries. So I would say it's intriguing to me to think about some of the hard to count areas and how there might be different kinds of partnerships in those areas. Maybe even these contractors that are airlines, they're not really the postal service, but they have a contract to carry the mail. There might be a way to have a different type of partnership that doesn't have some of these same concerns that were tried here. I acknowledge this as a pilot. But I also just want to make one anecdotal comment, which is I get my mail from one of those giant boxes where everybody gets their mail, and I am pretty surprised. Considering in Alaska, the USPS is really the shopping mall, I'm surprised how much my mailman, who I've seen maybe twice in 7 years, knows about me. They know the people on their routes, and I think that has some value. How that value is used, it's something you're exploring, and again, acknowledging the concerns. But I find this very intriguing, especially for the state of Alaska. Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks for that. Lily?
So after hearing everybody's comments, it's kind of clear there's not a one-size-fits-all. I mean, just high-rise versus rural versus Alaska and all this. But I think the common thing and that we appreciate about this particular this partnership is that the letter carriers have this baseline knowledge that a lot of enumerators don't. So perhaps, depending on the local, whatever the local level fit is, perhaps there's a way to, like just an example, like a police ride-along, maybe a letter carrier ride-along or something like that. The enumerator goes and they say, oh, well, that house in the back is empty. So this kind of ground-level knowledge, I think that's really valuable, that we they already know. And then, so I wonder if there's something where these models are just adjusted to what are the needs of that particular area. And I'm just kind of thinking, because these pieces are all very important, but I think the main thing is the knowledge that enumerators don't have. And so I wonder if that's the way to approach this particular partnership, to think more creatively depending on the context of the ground level area.
Right, so there's a study plan that's making its way through finality that describes sort of the research questions that are being asked in this pilot. It's been called a pilot, it's been called a use case, a feasibility study, a lot of terms that get to the fact that it's small, really small, so, and represents really the beginning of our ability to answer a lot of the larger questions that we've heard today. But if there are sort of two themes that come out of that research, that study plan, it's what does the public think? And a lot of folks have hit on that in your comments this morning. Will this make it easier or harder to get a response? So that's sort of question one. And then question or theme two is around that local knowledge. Again, if you're comparing against a baseline of someone that's hired off of the street, how much or does this additional knowledge, this baseline training, familiarity with the community, familiarity with resources to get around the community, what does it do to ability to get to households and get responses back? So fairly high-level research questions are the drivers behind the pilot.
Thanks so much. James, did you have another comment?
Yeah, just a couple of points. Enrique had mentioned the low unemployment rate in North Dakota. One of the things I would actually point out, though, is that the Standing Rock Reservation and Turtle Mountain reservations have very high unemployment rates, and they're actually a good source for getting the enumerators for the reservation, because you'll have people that will love to get jobs, even on a short-term basis. The other issue that comes up with postal workers on the reservations is that oftentimes, because they're federal jobs and they're good paying federal jobs, there'll be non-natives that will hold those positions, and most natives are going to be untrusting, and they're going to be embarrassed to give information about poverty rates, low education attainment, lack of English proficiency, lack of transportation, lack of electricity, lack of telephones. The sorts of things that come up in the questionnaire, those are the very sorts of things that natives are going to be very reluctant to give to a non-native enumerator. So I think that I think that a lot of what you're talking about will work in many parts of the country. But I also think that there are going to be some areas of the country, including Indian country, particularly rural Indian country on tribal lands, where these sorts of issues are really going to be much more prevalent. There are going to be a lot of concerns about embarrassment and privacy.
Go ahead, Shirley.
Okay, I think there are lots of interesting ideas, kind of bubbling around, and I guess where I'm stuck is and this is odd for me because I don't usually get stuck on the money issue because I can dream big, but this pay differential thing, and I'm wondering, in these tight times, is Census going to pay the pay differential for the postal worker? Who's paying the postal worker to do this?
Answer this question very delicately. So, and speaking to the earlier observation from Megan about the cost, so it's true that postal employees are paid on a scale like most federal employees, and the lower end of the scale is actually lower than the average rate we're paying enumerators, and the high end of the scale is much higher than the enumerator pay scale. So I suspect that naturally that the workforce that would be involved in the pilot would fall somewhere along that continuum or that scale of pay rates, so it would not be the same. As it exists today, we have asked Postal Service to model what it would look like for them to conduct this activity. So there's, again, I mentioned earlier, one of these working groups that's meeting weekly is called the Modeling Working Group. So they've taken the universe we've handed them, about 14,000 addresses is roughly the total between the two zip codes, the duration of the non-response follow-up operation, the number of people we're talking about, and a rough average of about 21 or 20 hours per week. They're going to go off and model what that would cost with the available workforce that they have to choose from, with the fact that this would be conducted typically after hours. We're not going to compromise the daily delivery of mail or packages. These are FLSA covered employees. So there are a lot of labor concerns around, are we in overtime space? What kind of pay rate does this look like? So the cop-out answer is we're waiting to hear from Postal what the figure is. And so that we expect that figure to be delivered in the next couple of weeks. And then the Bureau has an opportunity to react to whether that number is a doable model. So I think again, if there's an early hurdle, so some of the, obviously we heard cost, efficacy, privacy concerns, all of those are very valid, and if there's a question, I'd be happy to address any of those, but if there's really an early opportunity for a hurdle, it's what is the number going to look like? So I think that's the first place the Bureau has to recircle the wagons and decide how much further, or how do we want to proceed?
So I appreciate your identifying the questions that you're going to be asking after the pilot, but can you tell us more about how you're going to answer those questions? How are you going to evaluate the pilot?
So I'm not the author of the study plan, so I'm going to tread very carefully about the methodology that's going to be in place. We can certainly get back to the group on the methodology, so I'm happy to take an action item for that. But again, sort of two ways to look at this. From the familiarity with the ground, speed, how fast can we get these cases interviewed? How fast can we get a response back for those cases that are optimized out as assignments? On the addressing familiarity side. On the community reaction side, this is a debrief. We want to engage focus groups, however you want to describe the interface. We want to engage with the participants themselves. How did this go? We want to engage with the management of the local post office. Was this disruptive, or were you able to support this? Sort of an operational view. And we would be very interested in engaging with members of the community. So some of the questions we heard today, concerns about privacy, concerns about access to data from somebody that I'm going to see tomorrow potentially. So we want to, from a sort of a multi-tier perspective, ask a variety of voices to weigh in on how this was received. You're hearing me treat these research questions very simply. The idea is it's so small, this is not a full-fledged census experiment, so it won't have a full-fledged experimental methodology in place. So really it's the beginnings of what could turn around and be used to design a larger experiment to sort of get some statistically valid responses. So again, I'm not downplaying it, but trying to harken back to that sort of use case. What, if you were going to operationalize this, how do you get it in the field? Those kinds of questions.
So thank you. I would be interested in knowing more about how you're going to get feedback from the community. Mm-hmm. And specifically, I think that Megan has raised some concerns that these confidentiality issues would actually lead to false responses or incomplete responses. And I certainly want to know if that is going to be explored in these feedback mechanisms you're putting together. And of course, I am interested, if the pilot goes as you expect, in how you're going to scale up that evaluation to different communities, because these two, they're close to Providence, but it's not 100%, well, it is 100% clear that they don't cover all of the different communities and the confidentiality concerns, some of which surfaced yesterday, that would overlap with postal enumerators.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Luke?
I just wanted to circle back to what Jerry mentioned about the cost. I know you're saying we'll receive or you all will receive an analysis in the next couple of weeks. I just want to stress and humbly request that whatever the figures are, that if for whatever reason census has to cover the cost, that there isn't suffering from one of the programs or initiatives by cutting funding for it. I know we're in tight times with money, but if there's any way that the advisory committee can get a preview to what is recommended by the powers that be, and if we could weigh in, I would appreciate that. But again, just stressing that some of the key initiatives are not cut because of cost impact.
Thanks so much for that. And I just wanted to circle back a little bit to the question that you asked particularly and say, I think Carol's point is really great, that there are definitely areas where this makes a ton of sense. And I think as a supplemental model, it might work in low unemployment or high unemployment areas. But there's also no reason that it couldn't be structured outside of the USPS space, where people who are current or former employees of USPS get priority in the hiring process. So we're able to bring that knowledge across into the enumeration space, but people aren't walking around in their neighborhoods where they know people and wearing their post office uniforms and breaking down that barrier between the agencies. So in my mind, I would prefer to see it as that sort of model that sits outside of the USPS space. Anybody else have any last bits, or can we end 2 minutes early and be ahead of time?
Yeah, we're scheduled, I just wanted to wrap up because we have Suzanne still here. So I look forward, Gregory, thank you. Our next meeting is in April, which you won't have the feedback back, but next October, the fall NAC meeting, the feedback about how the pilot went. And then, of course, the other concerns about cost. I have a feeling that the folks up on the Hill are so excited because it's going to save all this money, and I think we need to be very circumspect about, how it's presented back, considering a lot of the concerns that we have. In regard to Hassan's request about, like, oh, what about using, kiosks or, in post office? This ties in with Suzanne. If you guys are going to do that, it would be great to field to add that at the appropriate time, whether it be January 2020, where you're going to have those kiosks on the map, on the Rome map, because that way people, because I'm going to, again, use it. Also, your questionnaire assistance centers, or whatever the 2020 version is of the federal QACs, to be added. I'm adding all this stuff to it. That's why I think that Rome needs more resources, but it can be a real centering point for your outreach. And when you guys ask, well, what would like California be overlaying that they wouldn't? Well, they're going to put a little star for the Fed QAC in those locations, and then I'm going to add a little square, circle, for my state or my community-based or my foundation-based, organizationally based, that you can hover over and go, oh, look, they speak these languages here, and it's done by a nonprofit that I'm a little more comfortable than going to one with a star on it, because we think that's the federal government. So those are the types of overlay, and I just I want to thank you again, Suzanne, for sticking around, and I can't stress enough that in 2018, these are the types of tools that we can use before the partnership specialists come on the ground, because once they do, that's October 18, and 2019 is going to be a blur. So again, 18, we got to use this coming year well, and I think this Rome LRS and all the data being updated quickly, the 2016, database, updating that and not letting it kind of drag on till, what are we, November of 2017 because of resources, would be really important. So, would we like to take a break? Yes. I'm gonna use some money. I'm getting you some money for that damn thing.
No, it is on the public site.
Well, but for access to us.
Oh.
Under files, that my folks can use it as a baseline, so it updates automatically as I'm laying through.
Like now. Like now. I think that's where we're going.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
I can do it besides me getting on the phone all the time.
You've got to graphically map it out so people, so we stay in our same lane and we get organized.
Yeah, and then we go, crap, Victorville is a mess because there's no foundation. Right? You know what I mean? So that way I can see, hey, here's my quilt. Oh, yeah,
And there we got a
big
problem,
old
we got to
holes.
focus on it.
Right, and then that's when I go, okay, counties.
Top hard.
Yeah, sorry, what's that?
Top hard, for us to hire.
Yeah, higher, and then for me to be able to say Victorville or East San Bernardino, you need to put some of the money that I'm giving you there, or Victorville, your bank account, you need to put,
Right,
or your partnership specialist, who's in San Bernardino County, you need to go out there. So that's when, and they are officials, but that's when we want to get, so by the time your person goes to work, they go to our map, they go to our map and see what
Our break and start the second half of the morning. Gotta wait for Megan. All right, well, welcome back, and thanks again to our early presenters, Greg and Suzanne. Now we're going to have Megan Maury presenting again, this time on the Integrated Partnership and Communications Working Group.
Hi, y'all. Fortunately, many of you are part of the Integrated Partnerships and Communications Working Group, so not much new stuff for you now. But as we heard yesterday, we all had a chance to look at the Integrated Partnerships and Communications draft plan, all 210 pages of it. It was a fascinating read. Loved every word. But we've come up with a number of recommendations about how that plan can be even better in its next iteration. And we wanted to take a look at those today and maybe get some votes in. So any moment they're going to come up on the screen. And then I'll walk us through them. Do we want to walk through all of them and then vote as a whole unit, or? Cool. That's awesome.
Or if you think there are those that are a little bit easier to
Well, they're in little chunks, so maybe we could vote in little chunks.
That'd be great.
Awesome. We'll see them any second now. Just wait. In about 1 minute.
You know, Megan, I wanted to say that I think we got some good feedback that breaking out into the small groups was really helpful because you could sort of answer more intricate questions. But I also want to stress that our Wednesday meetings, when we have working groups, those are like small groups that we could be doing those sort of additional, like hashing out, actually writing of recommendations to be considered by the original group. So.
Yep. That sounds great too. Well, while that's coming up, I can tell you that the first recommendation we talked about was I'll read it out to you and then you'll see it pop up on the screen. The recommendation was that future iterations of the IPC plan should invert their focus, concentrating first on the hardest to reach with a secondary focus on the majority population. We added a little explanation in of kind of why we made this recommendation and what some examples of that could look like. The recommendation initially grew out of pages 81 and 82 of the IPC plan, where it talked about giving messages first to the to everyone in the country, and then sort of nuancing those to be more relevant to hard to count communities. And we thought a lot about how that might be a strategy that would actually be more effective in the reverse. If we created messages that worked best for hard to count communities, that those messages might work for everyone in the country, but not vice versa. So here's that first recommendation here, along with the explanation. Tara, if you could just scroll down the tiniest bit so those two examples would pop up. But I think we just need to vote on that big overarching recommendation. And that, no worries. Oh, Kimberly, sorry. I asked the wrong person. Awesome. So we just gave some examples that, in the approach to partnerships, you already are centering hard to count populations. That's great. We thought about other examples of folks that you could center in that. We thought as another example, when you're creating evaluation metrics, we know the Census Bureau's goal is to reach everyone in the country. So if your evaluation metric is how many people in the country did we reach, that is one way to drive the work. But if your metrics are how many hard to count people did we reach as your primary metric, and then as your secondary metric, how many people in the country did we reach, that's going to drive the partnerships and communications in a different direction. So we just use those as examples of that overarching recommendation of future iterations of the plan centering hard to count people. Do we want to vote on that one? Do we want to just do, are the ayes?
So first of all, are there any questions, clarifying questions?
and that was very helpful. So thanks for all of you and Carol who try to put the document together. I just have one overall suggestion is to, before we submit it to census, is to organize the document in a way that's not, of course, comprehensive, but also organized in a way such that the recommendations are clear and actionable, whether they'd be implemented or they will just, give us a comment back saying, this is why we cannot do it the way that you ask that we do it. So I just, suggesting that we make it more direct and streamlined, so all of the things that we want to say about, for example, the tribal communities, that they all be organized in a way that, they can look at that group and see what's doable and what's not doable. So just sort of reorganizing the document. Thanks.
Sure, I think we can look at that. Carol, did you have a response?
If I could just add some clarification, I know all of you have on your iPad the summary. So what you will see in Megan's presentation is all of the recommendations related to IPC that her working group made, plus others that were added yesterday, and there were a couple that came in this morning. They've also been added to your list, Megan. Then we'll have the same grouping for Jerry's working group for the undercount of children, and then it's by the groups that we put together yesterday, so Arturo's group, Ali Sue's group, and my group. Then there were a number of recommendations that didn't fit in any of those. We've classified those as other. I understand DEDIS is going to take each of those buckets up independently. They are numbered under each category so that we can select one out if we want further dialogue or we want to make some clarifying changes to the language. So hopefully it will be easy to navigate, but our two biggest buckets relate to our working groups this morning, and then there's a shorter list for the others. I hope that's helpful.
Great, Julie.
I'm sorry, Carol, you said those are on our iPads?
They are not. They've been reordered this morning because they were pretty mixed up. I think aggregated, but not in a comprehensive order. So I've worked with Tara this morning, and hopefully we have them in the right order. And I'm hoping those leads for their groups, if there are items within their buckets that shouldn't be there, that we will identify them as we go along in case Tara and I have not properly recorded them. But I think I've had a conversation with Megan, but we're going to get hard copies out to everyone, I think. Is that right, Tara? Yes. So they've just completed that this morning. You do not have the copies as you see them on the screen yet.
Right. I mean, she's been running around all morning doing this while we've been having discussions. I want to thank her and Tara for doing that. And I believe we basically have whatever we have to cut off at some point. So I think 1025 was the last chair NAC that we had that they're printing out right now. So if there was stuff that's submitted after that, we're going to have to take it on the fly. But we have to get through the stuff that was submitted till 1025.
Great. So let's vote on this one, and maybe it's easiest to just do, we're going to do ayes, nays, and what's the thing when you don't vote? Abstain. So if everyone could put their cards down, and if we have any nays, if they could raise their cards up so we can see it. Does it have to be a voice vote? Great. Well, we can have people
because vocalize. I want to make sure if is there anyone on the phone that would like to, that we have on the phone?
Great.
Okay, and I believe we do have a quorum.
Great. Would anyone like to abstain? And then if ayes could say aye into the air, is that good? Great.
Aye.
All ayes. Great. Wonderful. If we could scroll down to the recommendations around CBAM. So the rest of these are much more actionable. They're much more particular to sections of the plan. And the first chunk that we have is around CBAMs, or the Census Barriers, Attitudes, and Motivators Survey. We took a pretty deep dive on this. The first one says, reconsider CBAM's qualitative research components to create a more balanced picture of geographic, especially urban, suburban, and rural, ethnic, hard to count, and language diversity of people not captured by CBAM's quantitative research. Take particular care to reach people with elevated concerns given the current political climate. And the following groups are examples of communities that are not likely to be reached by CBAM's quantitative research, but are underrepresented in the current plan for CBAM's qualitative research. And we listed out AAPI and Latino English speakers outside of cities, people who are undocumented, Alaska Native and American Indian people outside of major cities, Arabic speakers, and AAPI and Latino non-English speakers outside of cities, non-English speakers outside of cities. And I'm just going to go through all three of these CBAM's recommendations, and then we'll take questions of vote. And just to give some context around that first recommendation, the quantitative research is meant to reach most of the population. The qualitative research is meant to reach those folks not reached by that quantitative research, and there is a list of the qualitative research that they already plan to do, and we were thinking about ways to broaden that out. The second one says, in addition to planned Puerto Rico focus groups, as soon as conditions permit, conduct focus groups in places like Puerto Rico and Northern California to help capture what barriers, attitudes, and motivators are present for communities experiencing instability, like housing instability or climate-related instability. And then the third and final recommendation on CBAMs was, following the quantitative and qualitative segments of the CBAM survey, the Bureau should conduct a number of focus groups that take a deeper dive on the particular barriers, attitudes, and motivators uncovered during the CBAM study. So any questions on those three recommendations before we move to a vote? Okay, go for it.
I just had one clarification for C. I would actually change it to say Alaska Native and American Indian people in rural and tribal areas and temporarily residing in major cities, because one of the common areas, and this is especially true up in Alaska, is that it suggests that they're being counted and they're being reached in major cities, but they're not, because natives actually travel into major cities for their health care.
So this is actually that was the intention of this recommendation, because the focus groups themselves, there are a number of them scheduled in major cities, and we asked for the focus groups to be housed outside of major cities. I think it would be fine to say in rural and tribal areas instead. Can we just change that? Okay. Is that possible? Oh, so sorry. So in CBAM's recommendation 1 in the third bullet.
Do you want Terry to assist?
But then Terry can't.
Do you mind, Terry?
Yes. Absolutely. Okay, so we'll make that change. In the meantime, Tom, did you have a comment as well?
Yeah, I apologize too, but it probably is covered by E, but I would like to call out residents of Colonias just because of the issues that arose previously, and we did bring it up at the committee meeting, but if it was possible to add an F that would be residents of Colonias, I would.
So even, can we just put a comma and say particularly in Colonias?
Sure.
Great.
All right, let's make sure she's settled in now.
No, I'm keeping them in my brain.
You are? Okay.
Oh, so you got the one, so for C, take out outside of major cities and put in rural, what did you say again? Sorry.
In
rural and tribal areas. Is that how you wanted it phrased? Rural and tribal areas. And then in E, just put a comma after the end and say, just particularly in, especially, including in Colonias. In Colonias.
Megan.
In Colonias. Great. Brilliant. Yolanda?
I'm not so sure American Indians in cities are counted.
They are. There are a couple of focus groups for that.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Great. Any other questions or comments? Oh, sorry. Please. Sorry.
Sure. Just on 3, I wonder if we need clearer language between places like Puerto Rico and Northern California and the communities experiencing instability, because there are there's a lot of instability. So you know, in the general form, it reads like a recommendation that is, that could cover hundreds of communities that are experiencing housing instability, climate-related instability, and I'm wondering if we could give clearer guidance just with some sharper language. So I don't know if it's language that refers specifically to natural disasters, instability that results from natural disasters, or something that would push for, because things are going to come up, something that would push for expanding beyond Puerto Rico and Northern California as things come up.
Yes, so this is just for CBAM's research survey focus groups that are coming up between February and April of next year.
So this is 42?
So we could, so that's partly why we said in places like, but we could say in places experiencing natural disasters or climate disasters like Puerto Rico and Northern California, because it's more of a conceptual, it reads as a specific, but it's more of a conceptual. So is that, can we make that change to say in places experiencing climate, oh, you're right up here. I'm like talking to you over there. You're not over there. So can we say in the second line, say in places experiencing we're so good at this. Experiencing natural disasters, do we want to say?
But it has to do with where they're housed, right? I mean, impacting their physical environment. Yeah?
Yeah. I think that, do you think that gets us there?
So you said natural disasters or? Where's experiencing natural disasters like? I think.
Great. Wonderful. So any other questions or comments? Oh, Murad, please.
Just a comment or a question, if we could add Farsi speakers under 1D.
So where it says Arabic.
So just say Arabic and Farsi speakers?
Yes.
Great. Wonderful. Great. Any other comments or questions? If not, let's move to a vote. Great.
So all of those, you want me to just do the voting thing? Okay, any other opposition? So you guys want to turn your things up if you're opposed. Seeing, hearing no opposition, any abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye, thank you. This section passes. Go ahead, Megan.
This is great. The next section is on the focus of the IPC plan, and we have two recommendations there. If we can scroll down. Oh, you're doing that. I'll read them as you are capturing. The first is to say the undercount of young children must be a through line in the IPC plan with specific and explicit plans and targets to address this undercount in every component of the plan. And we just wanted to call out that there are more specific recommendations about the undercount of young children from Jerlene's working group, which we'll hear in just a few minutes. So, and then the second recommendation in that section said, similarly, the IPC plan should more clearly address how it plans to reach people experiencing housing instability. So those are more generalized recommendations. Any questions or comments on that? Great. Want to move to a vote?
Anyone, any opposition? Not seeing, nor hearing. Any abstentions? Not hearing nor seeing. Let's move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. 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 Motion passes.
Great. The next section is about funding and budget decisions. There's 4 recommendations here. The first says, in the event of inadequate funding for communications research, consider reducing reliance on online discussion communities in order to reserve funds for focus groups and conversations with hard-to-count groups. And if you're curious about where that comes from, it comes from page 64 of the IPC plan. The second says to provide compensation for translation services that the Census Bureau is unable to complete on its own behalf, which is a reference to a piece of the plan that looks to volunteers for that work. The third recommendation says to prioritize the language component of IPC activities. So if there's inadequate funding, language support should not be reduced. That's kind of throughout. And the fourth says in evaluating media strategies, including evaluation of media outlets themselves, to prioritize reach to hard to count populations rather than evaluating total quantity of reach. That should have just ended there. I just clearly edited poorly. So we can just take out that second sentence. So this recommendation speaks to the concept that we're valuing the reach to hard to count folks as strongly as we evaluate total quantity of reach. So questions on those recommendations? James, go ahead.
I just have a comment. Is there any way, I mean, one of the issues that's come up when we've talked about language assistance before is that the priorities are by the number of people who speak it, which ends up leaving Alaska Native and American Indian languages at the bottom of the barrel, just because there tend to be a lot of speakers in particularly concentrated areas, but they're a much smaller percentage as opposed to the larger language groups. So I was wondering if there's any way if we could either specify that or even indicate that especially because American Indians and Alaska Natives are among the hardest to count populations, but they tend not to get the language services specifically because they're such a small number of people. So I guess I'm just wondering if there's any way we can address that and make sure that we include some priority for Alaska Native and American Indian languages.
Totally. I'm trying to think of if you think it would fit into one of these recommendations, or is there another place in the IPC plan where you would see that fitting in, or Carol, you may have thoughts on this too.
I'm just wondering, and maybe just a conversation, I think the language was intended to be inclusive, and I think it probably is a budget consideration, right? So I don't know whether we should call out the AIAN or Alaska Native groups specifically as part of this. So what are tell me what you think.
Maybe what we could do is if we could even put, because I think recommendation 8 would cover it, but if we could just put a comment below there that specifically indicates, because we anticipate that we would be able to get some translators and translation panels to provide the translation services. So if there's any way we can just add a comment in there, and it may not just be the American Indian, Alaska Native communities, there may be other smaller populations where they may be in the same boat. Particularly I'm thinking with some of the Asian languages.
Did our language working group cover any of this?
So, if I may, the language working group has completed its duties or charge, so no longer exists. But I have spoken with Megan, and Megan has graciously agreed that the working group that she chairs will incorporate language issues. So Jim, to the extent that you are planning to join the IPC working group, we will be addressing this issue more with respect to how language is incorporated in the Integrated Partnership and Communication Plan moving forward.
So maybe, do you think it makes sense to leave the language broad for now, and then as we come up with particularized recommendations around language as we move forward to address it there? Just because we haven't had the chance as a working group to work out, does it make the most sense to talk about just AIN languages, or are there other languages for which we need to really have specificity around that as well?
No, I think that's fine, because like I said, 8 would cover it. We just want to make sure that when we get to that point that we actually can have census pay for some of the translation bonus.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think that as part of the IPC, looking at what the language, I don't remember what all the recommendations were, but I think it'd be important to review those too.
Yep. Perfect. Okay. Any other questions on this chunk? Great, let's move to a vote.
Okay, so anyone opposed? Seeing, hearing none. Anyone abstaining? Seeing, hearing none. All those in favor of including these, say aye. Aye. And please include these. Megan?
Wonderful. And our next section is on recruiting. There are 3 recommendations here. The first one says to institute hiring criteria for partnership specialists and enumerators that prioritizes relevant skills and experiences such as language abilities and being from the community over arbitrary, irrelevant factors like high test scores or criminal records. The second recommendation, and that just goes into sort of the standards they're talking about in pages 173 to 182 of the IPC plan.
So Megan, I hate to interrupt you, but
Sure.
it's 11 o'clock.
Oh,
so
go
I just need to
fast.
do my quick thing on the,
please.
and then we'll come back. We'll come right back to you, okay? All right, so it is 11 o'clock, so it is now time for the public comment. I'm told that nobody signed up, but I would like to, at this time, if there's anybody in the room or on the phone to make a comment, to please do so. If you're in the room, we ask that you proceed to the microphone. Before making your comment, please state your name and affiliation. If you're dialing in via the webcast, the dial-in number is 1-888-324-6994, and the participant code is 444-1970. Again, that's 1-888-324-6994, and the code is 444-1970. Callers need to press *0 to have the operator unmute the line. So at this time, again, I ask anyone in the room if they want to step up and make public comment to do so, or to dial in.
And I'm sorry, excuse me, this is your operator. You need to press *1 and not *0.
Thank you, *1.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't think we have anybody in the room. Again, no one had signed up and no one's calling in. So that's it for the public comment. We'll go ahead and please continue, Megan.
Thanks. I'm always happy to be interrupted for public comment. The second recommendation in this section states that in 2015, the Census Bureau settled a case in 2015 about hiring of staff for the 2010 census, where use of criminal background checks was shown to have a discriminatory impact on people of color. The IPC plan references a background check in its section on recruitment, so we're making the recommendation to not use criminal background checks in the hiring process for enumerators for 2020. And the final recommendation here is to reduce reliance on referrals from the 2010 census enumerators to avoid replicating the demographic makeup of the 2010 census staff. So any questions on those 3? And again, the page numbers in the plan that those are referencing are included here for you all. Julie.
Can you talk a little bit about the no criminal backgrounds check part and your concerns about that?
Yeah, so the EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and a number of other federal agencies and courts have all shown that use of criminal backgrounds checks as a metric for has discriminatory impact on people of color in general because of the disproportional representation of people of color in the criminal legal system. The EEOC has put out some pretty clear standards about use of criminal background checks, and where federal agencies or employers are in violation of that, it tends to have disproportionate impact on people of color. So to the extent that the Census Bureau can reduce reliance on those, and I would say using the EEOC guidelines is a great place to start, I think, and we can get more
maybe
explicit.
add something like that, because I
Sure.
think that you definitely don't want to be hiring people with violent criminal records. I mean, if having no criminal background check is not something I would recommend, but somebody who had a DUI 10 years ago, I mean, do we really need to exclude that person from being an interviewer? So I think maybe, I think I'm familiar or have seen some of those things, guidelines, because they use them also for college campus hirings and things like that, like around what will or will not exclude you from participation. For example, someone applies for employment to be a graduate assistant and they had a DUI 10 years ago. Do we really care? No, they'll probably hire that person anyway, but what basically, what are the specific things that you would or wouldn't exclude versus just saying, no criminal background checks?
Yeah, I mean, I'd prefer no criminal background checks because I think that the criminal legal system is built to I think once people have spent their time in incarceration, you know, they should be allowed to go on and have a life like everyone else. And also we know that policing is disproportionately impacting people of color. So you may have someone who's committed a violent act who is not a person of color who doesn't get arrested for it versus a person of color who does. So for me, I would prefer a more umbrella recommendation here, but I'm also only one person and happy to take my cues from the rest of the NAC. And if there's concerns over this, we can definitely add more mitigating language into it. I'm happy to do that. Let me go to Inderdeep.
Yeah, Julie asked my question.
Okay.
So I would endorse the recommendations that we follow the EOC guidelines and any other workplace guidelines that are currently in place, rather than say no criminal background checks.
Awesome. Yolanda?
I agree with that, and my understanding of one of the issues that was raised in the suit is that it was actually came out of Philadelphia, was that a lady was arrested, and her arrest meant that she was not hired. So
yeah, so often arrests are included as background check material, and it's actually hard for the employer to know, you know, what was the disposition of the case, whether or not an arrest was viable or not. So that is sort of part of my concern too. But following the EOC guidelines, you know, could be a good way to go.
I think putting that in there, what the EOC will take care of. I just wanted to say, as a side conversation, we were just saying, like, you can't, if someone's like convicted sex offender, we can't have them going to people's homes and interviewing. I mean, we can't have none, even though I completely acknowledge that, like, people of color are disproportionately affected, especially drugs charges and things that, all those studies that white people get away with using all kinds of drugs, never get arrested, you know, but they're sex offender, there's things like that. We can't send someone to people's homes and they're a sex offender.
I would be remiss if I didn't say that the vast majority of people on the sex offender registry are arrested for crimes like public urination or other things that they're doing outside because they don't have an inside to go to. That the vast majority of people on the sex offender registry are not people who have committed violent sexual assault. So again, that may not be the best metric for figuring out whether or not someone's a good employee, but I'm also totally fine with going with the EEOC guidelines. You know, I just feel like it'd be remiss not to say that.
Sorry, wouldn't the EEOC guidelines, I haven't read them, wouldn't they stipulate like someone who's a convicted rapist, sex offender, sexual assault, not public urination? Do their guidelines
So SORNA doesn't
filter
get
any
into
of that out?
kind of detail, unfortunately, but James, good.
I think they're more.
I can actually, I can specify that as one of the employment lawyers in the room. So the EEOC guidelines make it clear that there's no categorical rejection of any class, that you have to do it on a case-by-case basis. And the fundamental question you have to ask is whether or not the reason why they're being excluded because of their criminal record is a legitimate, non-discriminatory reason related to whatever the business is. But the other question I just wanted to ask is, do we know what was in the settlement agreement? Because if we do, what we may want to do is specify that it be consistent with the EEOC guidelines and the requirements under the 2015 settlement agreement.
I think that would be perfect. So can we add language like that, Terry?
One question I did have, Megan, was did you want this to apply only to the hiring for enumerators or for all field staff? Or some other category, right? I mean, it's a very narrow recommendation.
No, I think you're right. That's totally, we should broaden that out too. Thanks, y'all. You're so good at this. So let's just say staff for the 2020 census. Can you say what you said again, James? It was so good.
Oh, no, just that it be consistent with the EEOC guidelines and the requirements of the 2015 settlement agreement.
Yes. Do we need to say for the 2020 census? Because it's not just staff for 2020. Great. Oh, sorry. Berto, please.
Yes, I was going to support that recommendation on the criminal background, but I think that with the addition I would take back my comment, but it is important because of the disparities that you mentioned, and also that maybe it should be a balancing factor with other issues as opposed to just focusing on criminal background. There should be a balance with other areas of the personality and the background of the person, as opposed to putting too much weight on the criminal background. Thank you.
I think in most instances is if it's a violent criminal background or if the person has committed a crime using weapons. So, and I think it's stipulated in the decision, in the court decision, but we should check that and behave accordingly, you know.
So having it be in accordance with that, with the requirements of the settlement agreement. Oh, can you say settlement agreement? Do we need to say settlement agreement? Lawyer?
Yeah, that's fine. But the other point I want to bring up, I mean, because this comes up all the time with clients that I work with, it's going to be important to emphasize that the criminal background check, if any is going to be conducted, that it not be part of the initial application, because you don't want to discourage people from filling out the application thinking that I have an arrest, I'm never going to be selected. And typically the way that, consistent with EEOC guidelines, the way that my clients will do it is they'll do the initial application with nothing mentioned on it, and then once they're going to be selected for further processing, it's at that point that they would conduct the criminal background check, and it would be someone typically other than the person who's doing the interview. It would be because they have to make a decision whether or not, consistent with the EEOC guidelines, it's going to preclude that person from being hired.
I'm pretty sure that ban the box is still in place for federal employees. Am I wrong on that?
Just wondering that wouldn't the Census Bureau use the guidelines that they currently have in place to hire all of their employees, because these folks are going to be, even though they're temporary employees, but they really are part of the Census Bureau workforce, and so I would think that we would just default to whatever their criteria are in terms of criminal history background checks.
Yeah, so my recommendation is that they follow these more clear guidelines from the EEOC. I mean, but again, we can vote against this. Everyone gets a vote. Please, Julie.
I mean, I think it doesn't
hurt.
hurt.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Tom.
You know, I support this recommendation, but I just want to recognize that there are a whole plethora of issues about hiring for enumerators and others that relate to success in reaching hard-to-count populations, and I don't want this recommendation to be seen as the be-all, end-all of what the NAC would like to say about those issues. So I guess, Ditas, I just want to make sure that, if possible, there's some way of exploring the broader set of issues around
recruitment,
securing a
hiring,
diversity
Right.
in the
Yes.
staff that would be most successful. This is an element of it, but I just don't want this recommendation to be seen as
Right. Sure
the
thing.
entirety of our.
So Carol and I were just talking about, is there a way for us to, I mean, to be focused on that? If you think about what is going forth in 2018, like, do we need to do a deeper dive across?
Absolutely, and I think we tried to be a little bit more general with 10, 11 and 12 are actually just comments that came directly from the IPC plan, speaking directly to comments that were in that plan. So that's where those two sprung up. But I would love to see us take a deeper dive on that. Do other people feel like they have burning things to say about this, or can we take a vote and it's fine for people?
Megan, I just
The number 11 still has the irrelevant factors such as high test scores or criminal records. And I think we don't want to say that criminal records are irrelevant. And so maybe just remove that. It's not, and then the next one is about the criminal records. So just say irrelevant factors such as high test scores, which is totally irrelevant, and I think all of our opinions, right? And then move on to the next one.
I disagree with it. I mean, I agree with taking out test scores, but I think we should state it in the positive to have a broad recruitment plan to make sure that we have included a broader representation of minorities or.
Yep. Do you not feel like number 10 gets to that by saying language ability, people from the community, relevant skills and experiences, do you feel like we need a more explicit, and also to be clear, you know, this is not the only place where they address recruiting. They do that in the operations plan as well. This is more about the communications strategy around it.
Megan, perhaps we can add at 11, after the statement, say, you know, NAC will be providing further guidance in the future or something like that. That might get to
Yeah,
Tom's
that's great.
concern about.
Yep.
Or reflect the diversity of the community. I mean, that's
I have a
broad.
question. Sorry.
Or reflect the diversity or reflect the diversity of the community.
Great.
Because we are more diverse.
So I know we're making recommendations for recruitment, but does the census actually do the clearance of the staff, or is that OPM? So my question is, do we even have the authority to restrict background clearance when that's a onboarding process and not necessarily a recruitment process? Or are we just spinning our wheels?
The recruitment process is ours based on guidance from our legal department and the department's legal department. The clearance is actually done by the FBI, not by us, but the submission of the clearance is done by us. Now, we have just received permission to use a fingerprint-only clearance for field representatives in 2020 and not go through the full security clearance package if they don't have access to our internal systems of the offices. So we're working with the lawyers and the psychologists who are mandated in the settlement agreement to ensure that our solution matches the settlement agreement and that we're in compliance with the settlement agreement. And that's the way the structure is being set up to ensure the clearances right now.
Right, but as far as what actually is being cleared, who determines that? That's not census who determines that. Isn't that a general standard by the federal government?
We do have Census Bureau staff that will do the adjudication when something comes back negative from an FBI criminal records check. So it's Census Bureau staff that makes the adjudication, and it's subject to the settlement agreement.
Again, are these things, do you feel like these are burning things, or do we need to, or can we move to a vote? Only I'm conscious of time and we have recommendations from like 4 other.
This is just a quick wordsmithing.
Sure.
Especially in light of what we just added. I would strike the comma such as high test scores and add in its place after irrelevant factors that tend to exclude racial, ethnic, and language minorities. Keep it more general, and then we can provide the more specific guidance at a later date.
Great. Is that good? Yes. Inderdeep, did you have another comment? No?
Megan, I just wanted to check on the highlighted words, since those are my words. I just want to make sure everyone is okay with that. So I suggest maybe provide further advice rather than guidance, since we're an advisory. And then Jim had mentioned the criminal background checks shouldn't be used in the initial application process. Is that something that everybody here agrees with?
What does that mean? Like in the initial, like when they fill out the paper to be?
It's like the application piece.
And then later they
the
would?
concept of ban the box, yeah. But, and that should be, I mean, that's, I believe that's still, no, sorry, it's part of the federal government hiring process that the box is banned for the moment.
It's the ban the box.
You don't need checks in that sense. It just should be criminal background should not be used in the initial.
So do you want to include it or you don't?
I think we can actually take it out because I think it's already the law. Am I wrong? Great. Should we vote on these ones separately? Because I think we might get some no's on the second. Great.
All right, so we're going to take item number 11, and those opposed? Anyone abstaining from number 11? And those in support verbally say aye. Aye. Okay, number 12. Those opposed? Those abstaining? I'm actually going to abstain because I feel like I'm not an expert in this area, and I'd really like to have a working group that works on hiring across the board and giving them really specific advice. So so I'm just going to abstain from that. Okay. Luke abstains. Ditas abstains. Anyone else? Julie Dowling, Carol Gore. Okay. So Ditas, Julie, Carol, Luke. So it needs 16, I think. Is that right?
Could I ask for a point of clarification? My understanding is that you go through the process, and if you are offered a position, there is going to be a criminal background check. So this, to me, I don't know that we need this. I know in my organization, nobody gets hired today in the court system unless you have a criminal background check. So you go through that process, you know, for the criminal background check before you get hired.
Yeah. Go ahead, Luke.
What they typically do is, it's typically conditional offer of employment contingent upon passing the criminal background check. That's typically how they will do it.
Yes.
So right, exactly what you said was what I was trying to say. So there's a recruitment part, and then there's the onboarding part. We don't control onboarding. We control recruitment according to the recommendation. And so it's a moot point if still on onboarding there's a criminal background check done because of process, and we're saying in the recruitment part that we're not checking. That's what I was trying to get at.
But again, there's this concept of the case-by-case basis, and the Census Bureau does have some control over whether they say, you know, this person is still of value to the Bureau over, you know, that discretionary part is still in some cases in the hands of the Bureau. So to me, it's still an important thing. Also, people can vote no.
Go ahead, Gilberto.
I believe that what some of us want to say is that the over-reliance on these background checks shouldn't be you know, so bad to preclude people from applying. And also, as Enrique mentioned at some point, you know, the unemployment rate in some of these communities is very high, and this could be a good opportunity for them. So we're talking mostly, I think, about the weight that is given to these background checks as opposed to other areas.
Well, the other issue, however, is that it's up, and at least in my organization, it's up to the hiring manager. So if I get a person who has been arrested of a non-serious crime such as shoplifting, that's not going to preclude me from hiring her when she shoplifted something at age of 18 and she's now 35. And the criminal background check was in place, but that's a non-serious crime. And she might have gotten off if she was in suburbia.
So Julie and then Jerry.
Who did you say?
Said Julie and then Jerry, but you can go first if you want to. I think a lot of us don't really feel like we have enough information on this to be making a vote, and so I'd like to move to remove it and come back to it next time, basically, because, and maybe we could be supplied with information with how hiring of enumerators works, where the background check happens or whatever, because I don't feel comfortable with going forward. Even if we can get a majority of people to say yes, if we've got almost half of people saying no or abstain or I don't know, then why are we putting a recommendation out there from the NAC?
So did Jerlene want to go and then Carol for process?
Okay, I've been listening very carefully and trying to figure all this out, and it seems to me that at this point, I would remove number 12 strictly based on the fact that the Bureau has there's been a settlement. They're supposed to follow the EOC guidelines, and it's been said that that was on a case-by-case basis. So that seems to, I just don't know. I don't think we can fix this further, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so I would eliminate it as well.
Okay, Carol's going to comment
That's
on.
fine.
I have a suggestion. So I wonder if it would be a good idea to change this from a recommendation to a question. Because as I read it, the IPC plan references this case, but it's unclear to the working group in this committee how census is going to proceed in light of that because of the reference. And if we change this to a question, move it down to a question, census has an opportunity to answer that. It gets sent back to the working group for further clarification and potential action. So that's
great.
my
So
suggestion.
We have a section, if you scroll down right below this, about additional information. If we could just move, not right below, there's new stuff in between.
Yeah, move number 12 by after 16 or 17.
If I could also, I think that is definitely one way we can handle it. The other way I wonder is would people feel more comfortable if we took it out of the hiring piece of it and just say something to the effect of the criminal background check should not be dispositive for recruitment purposes or something to that effect. I mean, I do think, Megan raises a lot of important, and others have raised really important, things for us to consider with respect to how our criminal justice system has worked and how it has ripple effects, right? And so to the extent that some people are concerned about, we're overstepping with respect to hiring, if we narrow it to the recruitment as is discussed in the plan, and we sort of note that it should not basically kick somebody out of consideration, Jen, perhaps you can help me word that a little bit better, but to the idea that I think what we're getting at is just because you have a criminal background should not automatically disqualify you from being considered for these positions. Is that correct?
Yeah, and I think that was my primary concern, is that if the background check is referenced as part of the IPC plan, it leads me to believe that they're going to be talking a lot about the background check in the recruitment process. And I don't know if that's the best way to make sure that people are given sort of a fair shake in the hiring process. So I think that was my intention in including it. I'm also cool with moving it to the more info section.
So I'd like to move it to more info section,
yeah.
but maybe we do a recommendation that says we recommend a working group, because I want to look at the overall hiring process in general, recruitment, hiring, checks, in a bigger, from A to Z, not just on this section.
That's super smart. Let's do that.
Yeah, I'd like to move it to the information section, and then.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, and I really appreciate Carol's suggestion, because I think people are being asked to vote on something that we don't have all the information. But the other part of it that would be great is if we could also get, assuming it's not a confidential, I'm guessing it's not, because typically with public entities like Census it would not be confidential. If we could see the settlement agreement, and if there's any internal guidance that can be provided to us that's not attorney-client privileged or subject to the deliberative process privilege, that could be provided to us about how Census is going to implement it. But the other thing that would be very interesting to see is if we could actually get demographics to see of the people the number of people who applied, the number of people who were selected, went through the background check, and then the number of people who were not offered positions or had the offers rescinded specifically because of criminal background checks, and have the demographic data for that, so we know, okay, is this having a particular effect on any particular racial, ethnic, or language minority group? And then at that point, it would give us a better idea of is there some other kind of recommendation we can propose perhaps at the next meeting.
I think we just found our convener. So I'd like to add a recommendation, I'm not sure where this fits, but about a proposed new working group on, I don't know how you want to phrase it, recruitment, hiring, background checks of staff for the decennial. I mean, and then we can narrow, if we put that down, so we can narrow it down because they're going to develop a charter, or they would develop a charter as we move forward, if they think it's valuable for us to have a working group like that. Does that make sense?
Cool. Do we want to vote on the recommendation on the referrals piece? And
on number 13, you mean? Yes. So those opposed to item number 13? Hearing, seeing none. Those abstaining? for 13? Number 13. So it's reduce reliance on referrals from the 2010 census enumerators to avoid replicating the demographic makeup of the 2010 census staff. That's what I have written. Yeah. So I'm just reading from what they handed out. Right above that. There we are. Yeah, it's now 12, sorry. Do I hear any?
So I don't know what the demographic makeup of the 2010 folks were, so I'm not sure if I have enough information to address this.
So I think this was the concept behind this one was more about, there's been a lot of comments in the NAC that, that enumerators are not necessarily reflecting their community and that we want them to reflect the community. So if that was the case in 2010, it seemed like doing a referral process might replicate that same problem that we had in 2010 with enumerators not necessarily reflecting our community. So I think that was where the concept behind this one came, if that's helpful to anyone. But if you feel like the 2010 staff was reflecting the community, then maybe this isn't something that needs to be in there. Totally cool.
I don't know.
Please go ahead, Tom.
Go ahead, Tom.
I think we should move that to the new work group.
Great.
And let that, okay.
I would just suggest ending it at enumerators. I agree with that assessment of 2010, but I'm also an employment lawyer, and I would never advise when there's 10 years difference between the employment relying on your prior staff, because on the natural, in 10 years, the population has changed.
Right.
So I think it's a bad practice, period, regardless of what deficits there may have been in the 2010 staff.
Great, so just pulling out the second half of that sentence, so it's just reduce reliance on referrals from 2010 census enumerators.
But you were going to ask that new working group about recruitment. So when you recruit, you don't go back 10 years anyway. You're recruiting forward.
So again, this came directly from the IPC plan on page 176, where they talked about their referral program and how they're going to communicate about that. So I think that's why we wanted to speak to it in this context.
Yeah.
So I'm generally supportive of the idea of tabling this and having the new committee work on this, but I did want to point out two potential issues that may come up, at least as originally worded. So one is if you don't rely on a source of potential recruitments for census enumerators, you might just be kicking the can and relying on something else that may also generate composition of enumerators that we find less than ideal. So and the second is some census enumerators may be able to refer enumerators that could achieve the goals that we want in terms of representativeness. So I'm a little worried about the way that it's currently worded, because it could get in the way of the actual goals, which is to have census enumerators that are largely representative and reflective of the communities that they're enumerating.
For that, I think that's why we made it reduce reliance instead of saying do not rely on, because there are definitely instances where that does make sense. But again, if you still feel like it's problematic, that's cool too.
I'm looking at what Terry added language. Yeah. So it indicates that there may be times we just don't have them at our fingertip right now.
I don't know what the lawyers would think, but in practice, what I would want to see is selective reliance on referrals, with the idea of having a more representative set of enumerators in mind, as opposed to reducing reliance. To me, seems to be kind of a blanket recommendation, when what we want to do is to draw on it when it's a source of strength, and to not draw on it when it gets in the way of getting the best enumerators and the most representative enumerators.
I would agree with that. I think replacing the word reduce to selected reliance and then add after enumerators to reflect the diversity, the demographic diversity of the community being enumerated. Something like that to make sure that because that's really what we're concerned about, is making sure that the enumerators reflect the people that they're actually trying to count.
Tycho, your first was you wanted to table it, but now you want to not table it and just amend it as?
Well, if voting, I would want to amend the language. If tabling, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, are we ready to vote on as it looks up on the screen? So no more discussion? Anyone opposed?
Is the highlighted part in it or not in it, or is it being deleted? Do we have a full, okay, there we go.
Yeah, let's keep it in. And abstentions? All right, all those in favor with a verbal aye? Aye. All right, that one passes. We're getting through. We're going to have an announcement here.
Hi, I'm just being reminded that we need folks to be sure and state their name because we are transcribing this, so whenever you're making a comment, please introduce who you are.
Awesome. So go ahead, Megan.
I'm Megan. There are two more recommendations here, one I think submitted by James and one submitted by Ditas. I have not personally, we didn't talk about these in the small group yesterday, so if people could take a little bit of a closer look. The number 14, previously number 14 was, the NAC recommends that wherever it is appropriate, that the Census Bureau use enumerators from the native village, reservation, or tribal area being surveyed, with an emphasis on enumerators who are bilingual in English and the native language in that area.
Any discussion? Do you want to vote on this?
Sure.
All right.
Yes.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Those in support verbally? Aye. Okay.
Great. And then the last one says, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau expand its integrated partnership program to identify outreach, publicity, education, and language assistance that may be provided by private or corporate partners in collaboration with and to complement the Bureau's efforts. Did that come from you?
I'm not sure did. Who? That was James's.
And it was just the point that I made yesterday that I think we covered, and this was just our way of trying to summarize it. And the thing that we wanted to emphasize is that we want the first effort to be by the Census Bureau, and everything that we do would be complementary, not to replace.
Yeah, and just to, I mean, I'm happy to keep this in here, but this is very, very well covered in the IPC plan too, that they do intend to do these things. So I'm happy to keep it as a recommendation, as a way to reinforce what they put in there, but you'll be happy to know that that's well covered.
Just let's keep it in. That's how I feel. Oops, sorry. Any other, oh, go ahead, Hassan, sorry.
If we keep it, and I would ask specifically to add foundations.
Oh, good point.
Private.
Great.
Excellent. Let's add that into words like, private.
Maybe just private or corporate partners or foundations.
Private, corporate, or foundation partners.
Oh yeah, that works better.
Okay. All right, any more discussion? Those opposed? Hearing none. Abstentions? None. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Passes. We're almost through.
Awesome. And I actually don't think we need to vote on this last one. There were just a number of outstanding questions that the working group had about things that we found in the IPC plan. So we just listed out a number of things that we'd love more information about from the Bureau.
Megan, the only thing I think we need to finalize is the information you want to collect for the criminal background stuff.
Yeah. So I think we can add that in. But again, I don't think that's something that
we don't need to, I think, vote on that if you're just,
because it's not a recommendation, it's just an ask for more.
An ask for question. Yeah. I think if you scroll down, there's a 16, 17, like right below that one. There was an added one on my document, this one. So that was added this morning if it's in gray?
Yes, I got it. Okay. So as part of the partnership strategy, I recommend the NAC recommends higher deployment of census kiosks in key high-traffic community centers. This approach would also help with making the census campaign embedded in communities and also help with accessibility and connectivity.
So I have a question, because I know this IPC working group was big, and I didn't know if it was going to sort of start with this sort of strategy, and then if we were going to break off and have a partnership working group, and then some other working, because it's huge. I mean, it's what we're going to be doing for the next 3 years.
Yeah.
So I didn't know if that's something that we want to make sure is included, or.
We can also use a subgroup structure within the working group to have one subgroup that focuses more intently on partnerships and one on communications. I just don't know that there's anyone who'd be interested in one and not in the other. So.
I think that's right. I agree. I think everyone's going to want to talk about all of it, and it's sort of, well, it's integrated, so it's kind of hard to talk about them separately if you want them to be integrated.
Yeah. But there will be 2 meetings coming up on partnerships in particular, one on federal partnerships and one on, I forget, local, I think.
Yes. So do we have a partnership strategy in IPC, like in the plan, or is it just high level?
It's a little bit more high level. It references kiosks in one place that I cannot retain right now. But there's less detail about it. Maybe that it makes more sense to address the partnerships piece in those partnerships meetings that we have coming up.
Yeah, because I just feel like we're going to have a lot of recommendations on partnerships, and it might be wrapped in, and you know what I mean? There might be an easier way to do that. So I don't know if Hassan, do you want to save it for when because we're going to have a lot of presentations. So why don't we?
Sure, we can do that.
Thank you. So we'll draw that, but we are going to be focusing on that. So, okay.
All right, thank you very much. So we are running a little bit behind schedule, but next up we'd like to welcome Scott Kanicki, who's going to present an update on the Census Coverage Improvement Project Subteam.
Good morning, everybody. As Nancy just mentioned, my name is Scott Kanicki. I work in the Decennial Statistical Studies Division. I've been working on the undercount of young children for a couple of years now, leading various teams and co-leading teams as well. Today I'm just going to give a quick update on some of the activities that we've been doing related to this topic. There's been a lot of discussion in the past couple days, especially on the communications plan related to this topic. So I'm just going to touch on a couple things that we've been doing and try to move us along. If we have questions, please stop and let me know. So if we could go to, I don't have the clicker here, if we could just go to the next slide. There's only a couple, so I don't know if you want to control from there. Great. Oh, you got it? Here, I'll take it. All right, great. So the first thing I want to just talk about is that, for the past couple of years, I've had the pleasure of leading an interdirectorate team focused on doing some research on the undercount of young children. So I just want to give a quick update on some of that work. Since the spring meeting of the NAC, we've had 3 new research reports that we've published and released in the 2020 memo series that's available online. This brings us up to a total of 9, 9 total reports on the undercount of young children in that series. So just a quick overview of what these 3 new reports are. The first compares some characteristics of young children to older children using information from the American Community Survey. So previously we had a report that looked at characteristics of different children age groups using census data, but that's limited to the limited amount of information we actually gather and capture in the 2010 census. So this uses ACS data, which gives us a lot more depth of information on social, economic, and demographic characteristics. The other 2 reports look at the data that we've been analyzing from the 2010 coverage follow-up operation, specifically looking at the children who were added to the census during that 2010 coverage follow-up operations. These are children who weren't on the form originally, but then during this additional operation that sought to correct and resolve some discrepancies on census forms, they were then included during that time frame. So we looked at those children who were added during that operation, and also looked at households that marked the undercoverage probe. So the second question on at least on the mailback form for the 2010 census was, after you provided the pop count, it asked about, did you miss or forget to include any additional people such as, and one of the categories there was children such as babies and foster children. So we looked at households responding to that probe, interpreting that as households who might have been confused about counting a child. So this report looked at how that occurred across the country, looked at the rates in counties and states to see where there are high rates of this potential confusion. And the second report looked at using marketing segmentation data and also the characteristics available in the planning database to look at the characteristics in neighborhoods and areas that had high occurrences of these rates. So I encourage you to look on those reports. They're available online, and there's a couple more that we're working on finalizing as well, including an overall summary report. So hopefully we'll have those together soon. So then also at the spring NAC meeting, we announced that we had recently formed more of an implementation team, and this is the sub-team of the coverage improvement integrated project team. And this is a team that's designed to act on both internal and external recommendations focused on the undercount of young children. This team I'm co-leading now with Gina Waleko. So today I just want to provide a couple activities that this team has been looking at over the past couple months. The first one noted here is on partnerships, communication, and outreach, and this has been discussed extensively at this meeting, and I know Geraldine's got some more topics to discuss on this coming up. So I just wanted to note a few things that might not have come up before. Back in August 2016, so over a year ago now, when Team Y&R was brought on as the contractor for the communications plan, we did give a presentation on this topic as part of the Census 101 event that kind of gave an overview of the decennial census and everything that Team Y&R and others would need to know for the communications plan. And since then, we've been providing them with our research reports, so they're very knowledgeable of this topic. And then also in April, I believe it's April 2017, so earlier this year, there was a meeting with the Children's Leadership Council and other advocacy groups that Team Y&R was present at, and I wasn't able to go, but some colleagues were able to give a presentation on the undercount of young children there. So the second topic is related to coordination with the coverage improvement team. So we're a sub-team of that team. So we're going to work with them mostly on activities related to the development and maintenance of the roster questions and the undercount probe and other coverage improvement topics. So a couple things to note here is that starting with the 2017 census test, we had updated the wording of that coverage probe, and specifically to include the terms grandchildren and unrelated children, which are two subpopulations of young children that we've been finding in the research might experience heavy undercounts. And I just wanted to note that another big benefit of the 2020 approach with the internet and automated NRFU instruments is that when we ask this question, is there anyone you forgot to include, such as, and people respond yes, there's an opportunity right in that instrument there to collect those names, collect those people. In the mailback framework of 2010, people can mark that on their form, but then we had to attempt to call them back. So it's a whole other operation, another contact to be made to the household. Here we can capture that information in real time, so that should benefit the coverage of all different types of populations. And the third one I'll talk today is about enumerator training and job aids. So yesterday, Mary Ann Chapin talked a little bit about during her NRFU presentation some of the components of the training for the census enumerators. She explained how there's an online component that's self-paced, and there's different modules the enumerators go through there. Then there's a facilitated in-class component as well. So some of the things that we've been working with our colleagues in field staff and others, and I'd like to just take a quick moment to thank them for getting really on this. We had some quick deadlines after our team formed to try to get some of this stuff together, so we really appreciate their help. So one of the things that we've done is updated the FAQs, the frequently asked questions that the NRFU enumerators can access, and also the CQA, the census questionnaire assistance people working on the phone lines in case people want to call in to complete their census. So we developed a section of those frequently asked questions about different coverage issues of how to, some of them. The first one, there's one that's really broad. It's like, does the census count children? It's like, yes, and so on, and explaining that. But then also situations of like, how should I count foster children? Or do I count a child even if the parents aren't living in that household? Different questions like that from our research we think might be the situations where we're missing children, so that the enumerators can pull those up on their device when they're in the field if there's questions about that, or also the call center, they'll have access to that information. We've also proposed a couple updates to be made to the NRFU training, both the online component and the in-class component. So for example, in the outline component, some simple things here and there we saw that might be opportunities to improve. For example, there's like a census overview module kind of explaining, this is your job, this is what you're going to be doing, this is what, how you're contributing to the census mission. Just changing some terms, like when instead of saying the census counts all residents, being a little more specific on what residents means. So the census counts all adults and children. Some things like that, just to get the word children in there a couple times. And they've also added a couple knowledge checks, just a simple question saying, which of these groups does the census count, and children's there, and make sure that they're understanding that it's not just a count of adults, it's not just a count of citizens, those kinds of things. It's kind of all people living in the country. And then also for the in-class training component then, we've developed a case study that could be used in that training, and their colleagues in the field have really formatted that and got worked to get that in there. So it's a situation that they would walk through, led by the training facilitator. A situation about a respondent who might be confused about counting a child. Again, kind of stemming from some of the research there that sets them up for the enumerator then. If they experience a situation in the field, they'll have had exposure to it before. When we looked at some of the training from 2016 a lot, and rightfully so, but a lot of the in-class situations that they walk through are on kind of reluctant respondents, motivating them to respond, or what to do in dangerous situations, whatnot. So this will add us a component of a confused respondent, someone who's actually willing to respond, but might not know exactly how to complete the questionnaire, and when there's maybe some confusion about whether this child who sometimes stays here, sometimes doesn't, should be included in the household. And then the last thing on that topic is an opportunity that we'll look forward in the future is with the debriefings. So after the 2016 test, and I believe it's planned for 2018 as well, that we conduct debriefings with the enumerators that go over how the job went and each struggles they came in. So if we can add a couple questions to those debriefings about, are there any issues you noticed about counting young children, anything that people either express privacy concerns or whatnot, that we can kind of get at those issues and see if there's anything that can be updated either in the training or procedures for the future. So that's my quick update, and then I don't know if we're going to pause for questions now or pass to Jerry to give her talk here.
Does anyone have questions? Okay, I would like to thank you, Scott, and you and Gina and team for really taking on this mantle and trying to, oh, okay, I have no clue how to work this, but all right. To really kind of get the rest of census involved in this. And I think we talked a while ago about how Scott's team has really made into chunks, if you will, the kinds of issues to look at to try to investigate and unravel the undercount of young children. And so they've been really very, very systematic. And as they've been turning out reports, our work group has had contact with Scott, talking those things through. I do have one question for you, Scott, before we go to the recommendations from the work group, and that is that the census operational plan that talks about how the plans to gather data and so forth and to measure talks a lot about post-enumerator surveys and so forth. And it doesn't seem, and I admit to not having read the whole thing cover to cover, but if you're talking about gathering information, it doesn't talk about demographic analysis. And the reason that a light goes on is that when we look back to see kind of proof of the undercount, we got that from data analysis. And so I need help understanding why in the measurement piece of the plan, it doesn't talk about data analysis. I'm afraid we're going to repeat the same problem.
Yeah, so demographic analysis is in the operational plan. Oh, no worries. Yeah, demographic analysis. Yeah, so the section on coverage measurement that coverage measurement design and estimation, and then there's a field component that's specifically talking about the post-enumeration survey. But in the experiments and evaluations section, which I believe is right after that, it talks about the experiments and evaluations that might be done for the 2020 census. But there's a paragraph in there that says this operation, the experiments and evaluations operation specifically includes demographic analysis, and they have been working on demographic analysis for a year or two now as well, and that is planned to go forward. So it's just in a different section of that operational plan.
Okay, so demographic analysis is used more after the fact in terms of evaluating what has been collected?
Yeah, so demographic analysis is a completely independent, separate from the census counts. It's using vital statistics, births and deaths, migration and whatnot to come up with an independent estimate of the population level. So it's something that will be used, to evaluate, then compare it against the census counts. So it's kind of done separate from the census process, and perhaps because why it's in that evaluation section as opposed to the coverage measurement design. That's because there's a lot of operations that have to go on there for the post-enumeration survey that's got field operations, conducting the survey, conducting matching and whatnot, where demographic analysis is a little different on the side. It's more with the vital statistics and other records based.
Does anybody have any other questions? Yes.
Thank you. Terry Minnis, Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. I guess a broader question, just curious to know, are you also looking at other groups that have experienced, historic differential undercounts? I guess I'm thinking, for example, African-American males ages 18 to 49, other groups that have, American Indians, Alaska Natives. Are there other, I know you're talking about the undercounted kids today, just curious, are there other pieces of the work that's going on that would affect these other communities?
So the group that I'm working on and have been working is focused on the undercount of young children, so that's kind of our focus there.
Do you know, so are there other teams that would be looking at the other groups?
So the coverage for all populations is obviously really important. So I look with the coverage improvement team that we're a sub-team of. They're focused on a whole lot of populations as well. They're mainly focusing on that actual operation of the coverage improvement, which is using the callback to if there's a discrepancy on the form for some reason, that they're call back and complete the questionnaires for them. So but they're definitely taking into account the coverage as well. And then for the post-enumeration survey, that's going to be something that evaluates the coverage of all the entire census and by subgroups, by race and Hispanic origin, age and whatnot. So.
Other questions or comments? Go ahead.
Related to the previous question, is the demographic analysis look at other coverage besides, or other undercount or overcount issues? And, and are there sufficient funds to do that? I mean, it's really seems to be important because it's going to inform, the public as well as users of the quality of the data. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so demographic analysis produces estimates by the total population, by age, individual years of age, and by sex. And then for race and Hispanic origin, it's broken down into some more high-level groups, which is largely due to just the historical nature of the records that they're using. So historically, demographic analysis is produced two main groups classified as Black and non-Black. In the 2010 census, they're able to produce Hispanic estimates for age up to age 20, I believe, or age 19. So they will have, demographic analysis will have estimates by those other domains as well. It's not just something that's going to be produced for young children.
Other comments, questions? Do people have this? That was a one-page, the fact sheet from Shelby.
No.
Okay, we'll get it to them later.
I'll check on the website.
Okay. I was just checking with Tara. One of the things in our work group over the summer, we had a subject matter expert to come and talk to us about LGBTQ families and the issue of how the undercount issues might impact those families. And so we have a fact sheet that hopefully you'll get before you leave here today. But my point in wanting to make sure you had this was that when you go through this, looking at it depends on where people live and are they allowed to marry or not, and whether they're willing to, the climate in which they live, whether they're willing to talk about their children, and so it underscores and is another example of why other hard to reach communities are continue to be hard to reach. Let's put it that way. So I just thought you would benefit from having that fact sheet, and so Tara will check on that for you. All right. So our work group had been anticipating meeting with the folks who were doing the integrated communication plan, and that did not happen until just on Wednesday. But as we were anticipating that, we brainstormed many ideas that we thought would be helpful in terms of developing that plan. And so given that we didn't have that opportunity to meet earlier before they started actually putting the plan together, our ideas became recommendations that we actually put together back in June. And it turns out that it's a good thing that we did this because, as has been noted, the plan didn't talk about young children, but we've been assured that it will in the future. So these recommendations are still viable because the plan still needs this input. So you will see on, all right, you'll see on the screen the first recommendation, which is to develop, test, and employ communication messages specifically on the importance of counting all young children, both as a part of the overall communications campaign, leading with getting kids counted, for overall census completion, and B, targeted messaging for use with organizations with particular contact with young children and their families, and in high undercount geographies. So we were trying to make sure that the communication plan really emphasized the need to get all children counted. The other part of that recommendation is that we would implore the communication plan writers and the contractor to understand the complexities of families requires appropriate language. And so we give examples: adopted, non-biological parents, gay parents, and so on, and develop appropriate communications to households to ensure that children are counted in all households in which they reside April 1. And I guess this last piece is more a note to us, and you can probably scratch that. Ask the contractors, what are their plans regarding that? So if you just scratch the ask the communication contractors, that is so you have there the first recommendation. It's essentially saying, let's put kids in a high priority in the communications plan. Do you have questions about that? Do you want to talk about that? And if not, we can vote on it and move through the rest of the.
Do we need to make that change, or we can just say that you're scratching the ask communication contractor?
Yeah, just scratch the ask off.
Anybody have questions, or would you like to vote on that? That's that first part, right?
Yes, just the first part.
Questions? So those opposed? Seeing none. Abstentions? None. Those in favor of recommendation 1 with its 3 parts, say aye.
Aye. Aye. All right. The second recommendation says develop partnerships with federal organizations and agencies with particular contact with young children and their families. And then we give you a slew of examples. WIC, Early Head Start, Child Care Resource and Referral, Federal Qualified Health Centers, Maternal and Child Health Centers, Maternal, Infant, Early Childhood Home Visiting Programs, Children's Welfare, Foster Care, 4B and 4E programs, community action agencies, public housing organizations, to develop specific communications and resource materials for the use in local offices with grantees.
So I was just going to note that we had a recommendation that we adopted last time that was similar to this. And
All
so I support this. And you might want to say such as, so people don't want to like spend some time adding everything.
Yeah. So are you suggesting that we already have, that the partnership is already covered, but this is specifically about children? So I'm hesitant to take it out.
Right. The one that was last time had to do with WIC, and it was about setting up a federal interagency working group that identified partnerships such as WIC. So it referred to it, so I would not delete it. I'm just saying we did do it, so we're supporting it.
Yeah, so we've got some
additional
harmony here. All right. So if people want to vote on that one.
Any information, Luke?
Can I just make one friendly recommendation to include, or to specifically say, Health and Human Services, Administration for Children and Family? I find when you specifically say which agencies, the accountability is a little better. So those are the two agencies that oversee 99.9% of what's in the recommendation.
So you want to add Health and Human Services and what was this?
ACF, which is the administration under it.
Mm-hmm. I would ask other work group members what your sense of that. Is that okay? Yeah. All right. So we thank you for that friendly amendment. Yes.
Thank you, Tara, for adding that. Or Kim, thanks. So no abstentions. So those who support? Aye.
Yes. All right. The next recommendation, develop partnerships with associations of child-serving and child advocacy organizations, hospitals, and social service agencies, group homes, and other temporary living situations to promote census effort to count all children, consistent with the bandwidth and resources those associations and their members have to take on such roles. I keep doing the opposite of what needs to happen with this microphone. So the idea here is that you want to engage partners out there in the community, but people have varying amounts of capacity to be engaged. And so if someone has a tiny little bit of resources, we don't want them left out, but give them something they can use within the frame of their resources. Does that make sense? So maybe it's a brochure that they just can stamp their name on, whatever.
So I'd like to make just a friendly amendment, if Tara's listening there. All it is I would say, right before hospitals and other medical personnel, or what that was the other healthcare professionals.
Hospitals and other, well, hospital and other medical, so you're talking about the people or the facilities?
Well, for instance, California Medical Association covers all the doctors in California, and like I'm working closely with them in order to do a whole communication plan with them. So I just didn't want to leave them out, but it's an association.
Okay.
So you have an association that covers hospitals, so I don't know if it's medical or healthcare
other
professional associations or something like that.
Okay, and other healthcare professionals.
Something,
right?
yeah, because it's still an association.
Is everybody all right with that amendment? Yeah. Okay, we're ready.
Okay, so anybody opposed? Anyone opposed? Hearing none, seeing none. Any abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. Those all in favor, please say aye.
Aye. All right, the fourth recommendation. As part of census outreach to states, census should recommend to states the creation of a point of contact for improving the count of young children. The idea here was to, just as at the national level here within census, spreading the word, getting people activated, having somebody kind of be the focus of the effort to get all children counted. The idea was if the feds would suggest that to the states, it would be a good idea. Any questions about that? Okay, ready when you are, Didas.
Any opposition? Hearing none, seeing none. Any abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. All right, number 5. There is an historic undercount of young children. Thus, the Census Bureau should encourage the Census Complete Count committees to reach out and include representatives from groups that represent the interests of young children. All right, and that's, well, maybe that speaks for itself. Yeah.
What's the reference to U.S. Census 2008?
So, sorry, Arturo, what was your question?
He's asking what's the reference to U.S. The Census Bureau 2008. Oh, okay. The historic undercount. I don't know. Do you know? I'm not sure what that reference is.
Can we just remove that reference?
Yeah, let's take that out.
I mean, and just for people's background, the field office, they develop a whole, like, how to set up your complete count. And so that's why we want to make sure they include it. You know, they're like, reach out to corporations. So we want to make sure they say have a person that does that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Ready to vote?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Indradeep?
So just a related question. So how does the Census Bureau plan to measure the success in this area? Are there any benchmarks set up to say, yeah, we've made progress or where we are in terms of this initiative of counting young children? Are there any measures, or is it we'll do our best and move on?
So the two main measures from the 2010 census, or excuse me, the 2020 census that we touched on before are the demographic analysis estimates, as that's one independent estimate of the population. So we can compare it to the estimate they have for young children and the census counts to see how that has changed since 2010. See some improvement there. The other coverage program being the post-enumeration survey, that's also going to measure the coverage of the population. And in 2010, they had an estimate for young children as well. So there'll be two independent measures of the population.
So are there any existing data sets that would allow us to inform this initiative? I mean, so do we have any other data on young children collected for other purposes and perhaps other agencies that we could use to see how close we are to getting a count, or it's not existent?
Yeah, I'm not
Birth
sure
rates, for example, the birth rates.
Yes, do you have access to birth rates at down to what level? County, down the census tract, you guys have that?
Turn Derek. It's down to the county level, yeah. So we get the estimates of the vital statistics, the birth data in at the county level, and that comes in yearly, and there's yearly population estimates for those counts as well, or for those every population. The Census Bureau has a population estimates program that will put out those estimates. So they'll kind of show where the number is going up to, 2020, and then the 2020 count will come in, and we'll have these two programs, the demographic analysis and the post-enumeration survey, to evaluate that 2020 count.
Okay, and of course, those data would have to be manipulated to sort of reflect the counts. I mean, birth rates can't be directly used to estimate the count, right? So, yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay, the next two recommendations, number 6 and 7.
Did we vote on 5?
We didn't vote on that.
We
You didn't vote?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think that was a
Hey,
hey. I know, I was like, wait, did we vote? All right, so that was a clarifying question for number 5. I didn't know either. I was like, So any opposition? Hearing none, seeing none. Any abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. Please vote aye with a verbal vote.
Aye.
All right, Jerry.
All right, now, number 6 and 7. It may be, because the number 6 and 7 really now are no longer about the communications plan. And they are both about essentially the training of enumerators. And as we just heard in Scott's report, the Bureau is actually doing, putting training steps into place about the count of young children. So the original recommendation was develop training modules for census enumerators, specifically on minimizing the undercount of young children. So I guess what I would ask the rest of the work group is it your sense we should continue this as a recommendation, given that they are in fact doing that now?
I think we should include it so that they can respond back publicly of what they're doing.
All right, all right. And then I want to go on to number 7 since they're very similar and related.
Can we reframe this into the positive?
Okay.
Rather than minimizing the undercount of children to,
Augmenting the count of
promoting the full count of young children or something to that effect. Yeah. Or to ensure every young child is counted. Because this sort of assumes there will be an undercount. We just want to minimize it. We want to eliminate it.
Yes, all right, very good. Thank you, thank you. And let me read number 7. It says, institutionalized strategies that support the count of children, should have said young children, okay, so I guess this is then saying where we want to institutionalize it, partnership programs, the training of enumerators. It's just listing places where it could be institutionalized. All right.
Jerry,
thoughts on this? Yes.
Number 6 is kind of, I think only part of that second part is needed, is promoting the full count of young children to ensure that every child is counted. Keep one or the other, but there we go.
Okay.
So I guess your question here is, are there other, partnership program, training of enumerators? Is there any other, I mean, I know, Jerry, you mentioned, hiring of young moms, as enumerators. So I don't know if, or you just want to kind of
Well, I didn't, the point wasn't inclusive. I think the point here is more the notion of, in number 7, of institutionalizing the support, the count of consistent, accurate count of young children. And so, and we left it as 2 separate things because we were trying to be clear. So, any questions about number 7?
Seeing no questions, you want to move to Ogo Hassan?
Is this a recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Would you rather have something like develop strategies to support the count, or you're okay?
There is a bigger vagueness to it.
A bigger what?
A vagueness. It's a bit vague.
Too vague. All right. So is it possible that 6 and 7 can be combined?
Well, I see that.
Yeah.
Well, 6 is more tactical. I think what you want to say is, I mean, do you want the Census Bureau to come up with a, sort of Census Bureau, decennial-wide strategy on the undercount of young children?
Yeah. Yes. So you said you thought it was vague, Hassan. So can you help us?
I'm trying.
All right. Just gonna think about it. Yolanda?
I think that's, when you say institutionalized, that seems to frame it. That's what we're trying to do with all of the recommendations, right? To institutionalize.
And is that what Scott's group's doing? Go ahead, Luke.
So from reading 6 and 7, it seems like it makes sense to keep 7 and use 6 as an example of 7, because you say training of enumerators, so that's a strategy that we're trying to employ. So
I agree with Luke that maybe that's the way to kind of.
Tom?
If I understand what you're trying to do, you're trying to institutionalize the focus on this
Right.
specific undercounted group. I don't think you ever want to institutionalize strategies, because strategies need to be dynamic. So it really should be institutionalize a focus on
Can I suggest some language?
implementing strategies. Or
Something that is a little bit more macro, that the 2020 Census Operational Plan prioritize promoting a full count of young children,
Period.
period.
But isn't
Would that be acceptable?
Isn't that more general, though, for what we are
Yeah,
trying
so
to do with
it-
all of these recommendations? Is
Right.
to institutionalize.
Well, basically what we want to say is that everything the Census Bureau is going to do in carrying out Census 2020 should be done with the lens of ensuring that it's counting, specifically counting all young children.
Yes.
I mean, that's the point we want to get across.
So can you repeat that so she can make sure she gets that?
So what
Thank you, this is Tara, and I am no Terry Menace, so please restate, thank you.
You see, Terry, you should be over there.
So I think what I heard was the 2020 Census Operational Plan should ensure each component has a focus on a full count of young children?
Yes.
Tara, there was a second part to it that you deleted. That was just the rewording of the first part. So bring the whole thing back, delete the first sentence, and replace it with a new one. There you go. Because the example thing, we're not changing. Just that first part of the sentence, so that part there, it's just the front end of it, right? Or the whole thing. Okay.
Oops. While we're working on that one, can we go to number 7 really quickly? And then we'll go back and
Well,
vote
now
on
it's
6.
8.
Or we'll-
Now I'm confused.
The last, can we go back to can we go to the last one saying it is recommended that the work group, while they're just
Oh,
wordsmithing,
okay,
and then
yeah,
go back
while
to
they're
that one?
doing that. All right, so our last recommendation, whatever its number, is a recommendation that the work group for the undercount of young children be continued through fiscal year 2019. This will allow the work group to continue to advise and track the progress of research to further delineate the causes and solutions for the undercount of young children. In addition, the work group will be able to advise and track the various communication strategies as per the undercount through the critical period leading up to the actual 2020 census.
Any questions, clarifications? Nope. You want to take a vote on this? Julie, did you have something?
I was going to say, are we going to reread the top one for people? That's now been
We're
edited.
going to vote on 7 and then go back to 6.
Oh, vote on 7 and then go back to
Yes.
6. Gotcha. I thought we would do them together.
Any questions on number 7 up as it is on the screen? Those opposed? Hearing none, seeing none. Any abstentions? For number 7, hearing none, seeing none. Those in favor of number 7?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. So let's go back to number 6. We're pretty close to it. So do you want me to read the 2020 Census Operational Plan should incorporate a focus of the full count of young children in all aspects? Do you want me to read the rest of it, Jerry?
Yeah.
For example, develop training modules for census enumerators specifically on promoting the full count of young children. Yes? Any questions, clarification? Anyone opposed? Hearing none, seeing none. Anyone abstaining? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. All right. So I'd like to, right now, Nancy, break for our working lunch.
Sounds good. I've been asked to repeat the bus schedule again. So at 2:45, the bus is going to leave the census, and it's going to arrive National Airport at 3:15. At 3:45, it'll arrive at the hotel. If you do need an Uber or a cab, again, let some of the staff know, and we'll arrange that for you. Yes, yes, that's right.
So Alice Sue, you're up next. Why don't we just take maybe like 10 minutes to get that, and then I want to work on moving some other things around. Okay. copy that you've been given. Alisu is going to start with hers. At least maybe sort of go over them. Carol has to make some changes on hers as well, so we're trying to sort of multitask, but we only have like one computer that's up versus the others. So I'm going to turn over to Alisu, and you can tell people what page you're on.
Yes. So in the handout, page 5, it's section 3. Starts after like 1/3 down in the page. And I'm going to be reading the recommendations for the 3 different areas that my group or my that I was tasked with putting together, assembling yesterday. The first topic was the 2018 end-to-end test. And I'm going to read the 5 recommendations, one after the other, and then please let me know if there's a need for clarification, or if not, then we may perhaps vote as a block on all of them. The first one, recommend adding outside validation for proxy cases. Current plans are to include them in the re-interview sample. However, this only provides validation on the interviewer's work. The actual proxy response is currently not checked for accuracy. For instance, they could be checked against agency records. With the caveat, we know that agency records are not the last word, right? But it would be another sort of external validation. Number 2, consider adding some aspects, the least costly perhaps, aspects of a communication strategy to disseminate the need to complete the 2018 test online. This will allow better testing of systems if higher proportion of the population or the sample completes electronically. It will not be enough to count on the local elected officials and community leaders to make up for the lack of a Census Bureau effort. Number 3, recommend that the Census Bureau evaluate and report back on whether failing to advertise and failure to include specific hard-to-count populations would have no appreciable effect on systems functioning and integration. Number 4, evaluate effects of close electronic monitoring of interviewer paths and schedule on retention of staff with prior decade experience, meaning interviewers who worked for census before. Number 5, find positive ways to candidly inform interviewer job candidates in materials or information sessions about how close the monitoring will be and how specified their job will be without much autonomy. So these are the 5 in this section, and I'm happy to entertain any requests for clarification.
Hi, Alisu, this is Randy. I have a question for number 4. What do you mean by the interviewer paths
Yes.
and its effect on the retention of staff? Are you
Okay.
expecting them older, more experienced people to take, well, go ahead.
Yeah, we learned in a prior NAC meeting where we saw demos that the interviewer will be given their assignment maybe for like overnight for the next day, and the path that they should follow in going to the different addresses. And there will be an exception report run overnight showing when people did not follow that path, or whether they started working more than 30 minutes before the hour of day they were supposed to start working. So there will be a lot of electronic control and monitoring of their job. This is very, very different from the job they did a decade ago or before. So the job becomes very different. And we propose that this be evaluated in terms of whether perhaps some interviewers attend training and then leave when they realize, or start working and they don't like this control and quit. And so the next one, number 5, is related to that as well, because it seems like it would be better not to go through the full hiring process and the training for those who might not like this kind of control. And it's better that they be aware of this before they go through that process and cost money.
Can I follow up? So I guess, I mean, yeah, I guess that's why it was like unclear to me. But I guess the idea is that evaluate whether or not this differential model or
The new approach to monitoring.
is a potential deterrent to previous workers or discourages, and then find ways to inform them of this new methodology or something like that.
Right, let them know early on. Let
but-
everyone know early on.
Right,
you know.
because it's not really
It's
a
not just the,
deterrent, because what she's saying is if we end up hiring them, you put all this money to training them, and then they're like, not for me.
Sure.
You just
So it's
wasted them.
inform them of the new.
Up
Got
front,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's why I think like evaluate the effects, because that's what got me confused. It's evaluating the effects of closely monitoring these people and watch the paths that they take and how that, but that's not what you're saying. What you're saying is, I think what you'd like to say. Your mic, yeah. Yeah, so I think it should be, yeah, I don't know, I think this, I think it could be a little clear.
I think you need to tell them up front, right? Like switch them, so it's like find positive ways to really tell them up front.
Yeah.
And then track to see if people are dropping off.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
So I agree.
Tom?
I also changed the language for 4, see if that clarified. Hold on one second. Okay, so the new 5, evaluate how close electronic monitoring of interviewer pass and schedule affects retention of staff with prior decade experiences or experience.
This
Does that
is
work?
what
I had a question about
Go ahead,
that.
actually, Tom was, hold on.
So on number 5, what is now number 5, would it be better, I think you want to both evaluate retention of all staff, but also evaluate your success at recruiting staff with prior decade experience. So maybe it could say affects retention of staff and recruitment of staff with prior decade experience, because they might drop out of the hiring process saying, this is not the job I did 10 years ago, I'm not interested anymore.
How did you track them in the last census? I mean, assuming they are veterans, didn't you have?
There was no electronic monitoring of the path they followed or the addresses they.
Please use your mic, Alisu.
There was no electronic monitoring because they were not using devices where the GPS can be tracked.
Indradeep?
So I was just wondering if this is also related to the conversation we had before, which is, this is recruitment and onboarding, a different group of people at a different time, and we would expect the Census Bureau to sort of manage that process. And part of that process of recruiting and then getting them on board, giving them their job descriptions and telling them how their work would be evaluated, isn't that all part of that? I mean, I'm just wondering the need for.
But this is for the
end-to-end.
end-to-end test, it's not for 2020.
Sorry. So they're still going to be employed by the Census Bureau. So I would think that the same criteria would apply.
But wait,
Yes, except the other recommendations were for the integrated plan, which is for 2020. So this is for, you are
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
This is all about what
Right.
will be implemented in the census, but.
Okay,
yeah.
that's all the point I'm trying to make.
It needs to be
Thanks.
discussed in a different bucket.
Okay.
Randy?
I think
So I said Randy and then, I'm
Oh.
sorry, Yolanda, you had a question though? And then Randy, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Wouldn't that be, in the job description, wouldn't the information on the fact that they are going to be electronically monitored
I think so, but sometimes people don't read that, and I think the point that LSU is trying to make is this is such a departure from what they've done before. And I don't know of too many jobs, besides maybe like a policeman or taxi or Uber, that track it to this extent. So I think she's just trying to
I
highlight.
think truck drivers now, but
yeah, drivers.
not many, and Amazon delivery and
right. So
UPS.
Randy had a comment, sorry.
Yeah, I think, I think your concern was the same as mine. That language evaluate, it's not evaluating the actual employee themselves. It's evaluating whether or not there's a drop-off because there's this new method.
So this is the census test for 2018. So as part of the evaluation of the success of the test, also evaluate what's happening with staff retention under the current monitoring, electronic monitoring plans or approaches.
That's the way I think it should be phrased. Evaluate the retention in response to the new methodology. Yeah. I think the retention thing needs to comes right after the word evaluate.
Yeah, that makes sense because
now it seems like you're evaluating this methodology of paths and schedules and how they're moving around the neighborhood or whatever. But what you really want to evaluate is whether or not there's a drop-off. That's all.
And what those reasons would be. And for example, maybe you're not paying me enough. Maybe this time the unemployment is a lot lower. So it's that kind of. Yeah. So if people drop off, they should do exit surveys, obviously, to understand that. Okay.
But you're going to be doing this for everyone, not just the veterans.
Is there anyone here from Census that can tell us about what types of exit interviews they do? Because maybe they already do that, but we want to highlight that we definitely want to capture this new process. Is that fair? Alisu, do you know? So we'll just assume that they do, but we definitely want to highlight the fact that this is pretty new and that we want to be, they should be focusing on that as a reason as well.
Any other questions on these 5?
Would you like to move to a vote? So any opposition to adopting these 5? Abstentions? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All of these 2010 end-to-end tests 1 through 5 pass.
Great. We move on now to address canvassing. We only have 2 recommendations there. Reading number 6. Quality control sample should be selected by listers. So this is going to be confusing. I'm sorry, but okay. Let me first read it and then I explain. Quality control samples should be selected by lister to assure all listers are quality controlled in significant percentage. So instead of doing across the board at 10 to 15%, as we saw yesterday, to first, to stratify by employee that is conducting listing so that every lister gets quality controlled and not risk that by chance some people don't get quality control.
I'm not quite sure I understand.
Okay, so in address canvassing, you have staff out there checking on whether some dwelling units exist or not, and adding or subtracting. Their work is going to be quality controlled.
So is this
about 1 in 8
okay.
Is going to be sample. 1 in 8
okay.
Listings, new listings, is going to be quality controlled. But it's going to be across the board. So some individuals might not get checked. Their work might not get checked, or might not get checked in enough numbers to be sure, to be reassured that the quality is good.
Could we use the word so are we just trying to up the?
No. What you want to do is, instead of I do, there's all of us, and I'm going to do 10 of whatever, I'm going to say, okay, we're going to have to do at least 2 from each person.
So is there a better way to say this? Because I'm confused if it's about.
Right.
You want to go for the listers, you want to assure that all the listers are
So
QC'd?
the canvassers. So the quality control sample should be, the quality control sample should be stratified by, stratified by canvasser. Should be selected after stratifying by canvasser. Yeah.
Other people have questions that are probably more familiar with stratifying and, okay?
All canvassers, say canvassers again. Yeah. And then any questions on number 7? Evaluate and report back to the NAC on the quality of the address canvassing process, ability to identify non-traditional housing units. Yeah.
Sorry, this is really picky. On 6, the insignificant percentage is in reference to the volume for each canvasser, all of whom are going to be
correct
sampled. I'm wondering if there's some way to, I guess what's,
oh, okay.
There's the all and then
in a
significant
significant percentage of their caseload?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no further questions.
There's no further questions. We have anyone opposed? Hearing none, seeing none. Wait.
Okay.
I just had a suggestion for number 7, because I think it's still a little confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Can we just say evaluate and report back to NAC on the quality control sample? Because isn't that what we're doing, and just simplify it like that?
No, this one is a little different. This one is, so the canvassers, you know, their hardest job is to find those dwellings or those, where those households are that are not in traditional housing units, that are, you know, in the back of something, or, you know, under some little stair, or in a subdivided, illegally subdivided apartment. So this, it's about the quality, you know, yes, it is in the big scheme of things, the quality of their work, but this is, you know, how effective are they in discovering these types of dwellings? Arturo, would you like to expand on this? Because I think it came from you.
Yeah, essentially, the Bureau is doing address canvassing right now, and we want to know how well are they capturing those living housing units or living situations that don't have a traditional address, that are the garage in the back that's been converted to a dwelling, the 8-unit apartment house that's been subdivided into 12 units. You know, how well is the address canvassing capturing those housing units?
Yeah, so I guess what I would suggest, I think what's throwing me off is the ability. So maybe if we just say something like evaluate and report back to NAC on the rate of identifying non-traditional housing units through the address canvassing process, something like that. I think the ability is what's kind of throwing it off a little bit.
So it's on the rate?
Of identifying non-traditional housing units through the canvassing process.
Does that work? All right, so are we, there were no, oh, Tom, did you have?
I was just going to say, I think rate might be too specific. I would just say success, the success of the address canvassing process in identifying. Because rate just might be too
specific, yeah. All right, any more edits, questions? So oppose, hearing none, seeing none, abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none, and all those in favor? Aye. Passes.
Okay, moving on then to agency records, research, and planning. Number 8, if agency records are to be used to enumerate a non-responding household during NERFU, it must be able to provide detailed, perhaps, race and ethnicity data points.
Can we put relationship in there too?
Sure, race, ethnicity, and relationship data. And then number 9, the NAC strongly urges that agency records be used as a last resort for a non-responding household after NERFU attempts. So the idea is that it shouldn't be like a first, or early choice. I don't think, it doesn't seem from the plans we saw that that's the case, but we want to reinforce it.
So why don't you start? Go ahead.
I just have a question about number 9 around where proxy fits into that. Like, do we prefer administrative records to proxy, or?
Right now, from the background materials that I read, proxy will come first. Okay. And if they can get a good proxy meaning, say a neighbor or a manager that knows people's names and, the relationships in the family, or then that's what they'll take. Otherwise, they'll go to agency records.
Cool.
I'll go next. This is Arturo. This may be a question for Nancy Bates. Hi. In the use of administrative records and the research being done by the Census Bureau, has it at all determined if it is less or more effective or than in terms of capturing age of members of a household as compared to other data points?
And that would not be a question for me.
Well, Scott's not here, so I'm just wondering if the use of administrative records, is Scott here? No. If the use of administrative records is at all having or contributing to the undercount of young children inadvertently, or is the Census Bureau actually looking at that as it investigates the use of administrative records?
My really naive understanding is that there is this KidLink file, and that is one of the avenues they're looking at in terms of administrative records for perhaps improving or decreasing the undercount of young children, and that's the extent I know about it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Right. In the background materials, what you see is that they're thinking to decrease the undercount, perhaps by using on non-responding households information from applications to Social Security and the non-income files from IRS.
Is that Social Security and, Yolanda didn't hear what the last part.
Oh, I said that the non-income files, the research files from the IRS, the statistics of income division.
Okay, so I thought I was getting clear, now I'm confused again. All right, so number 8 is saying that if you're going to use these third-party sources, that if they can't tell you something about race and ethnicity, they should not be used. Is that the gist of what you're saying?
That's a good question. And
so I offered this recommendation. That is what I would be saying. Whether or not the NAC would agree with that, I think is what is at question. And just to clarify on number 8, I think there's a question clearly for me, I would prefer that it not be used unless it could provide detailed race data, but I also recognize how limiting that is. So I wanted to kind of put that out to the NAC to say that if you did agree with the recommendation kind of in general, would you want it just to be at least they can identify a race or ethnicity response and relationship, as Megan has added, or, you know, that is, it doesn't require it to be detailed to say like, oh, Mexican or like Chinese and things like that.
There's Tom and Teku both had questions too.
Terry, that helps a good bit with my question, which is I'm a little confused how we're actually going to be able to stipulate this, given that, you know, research shows whenever you change how you ask people how they self-identify by race and ethnicity, their answer is going to change. And so if we're requiring administrative records to be able to provide some kind of categorization by race and ethnicity while we're changing how we ask people, including, you know, adding a new category of NINA, I'm not sure how we're certainly not going to be able to require it that it be detailed, and there may be a real error rate that we're willing to live with in terms of imputing race from administrative records. But at least I think we should clarify the language to say at what level of categorization we would expect from the administrative data.
I mean, if the NAC is so inclined, we could always recommend that no administrative record should be used for the purpose of enumerating a non-responding household. I mean, that's certainly something that I would not be opposed to consideration, right? But yes, it is in recognition of if administrative records are going to be used, which is why I said if not, you know, that it definitely will be. At least I think it should have to be able to provide these basic data points, because we do know so many data sets do not include that information, and so that was the thinking behind the recommendation.
So just a point of clarification, so if they don't use, they're not going to, we're telling them they must be able to use it in order to use American, what's the option? They don't get counted at all, or is it, like, what, I don't understand, but that's just a question.
This sort of, I feel like imputation of data is a bigger set of issues. This is, in my view, the most critical one, but my understanding from the questions and answers yesterday is the Bureau still hasn't devised what their policy and practice is going to be about imputation of data. And I just wonder if there is a different way to make sure that the NAC is involved as they look at this set of issues. I mean, I'm not clear if this is an end-to-end recommendation or a 2020 recommendation. It's a 2020 recommendation. So they're in the middle of that process. I just think we need to make sure that we are following that process and are able to provide input. That would be more important to me at this point, since they have indicated to us they're in the middle of that.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit confused because yesterday's presentation, I thought it was, and I might have missed it, so I apologize, that there were going to be, he was talking about how to use administrative records to determine if households are empty, if they're vacant. We hadn't started talking about imputation, right?
No, imputation was a part of the conversation. I did ask the question,
yes.
How are you going to impute data about race and ethnicity? And the answer that I believe I got was they're in the middle of that process. They don't know yet. They're devising it at this point.
All right.
A year or two ago, the NAC came up with a protocol for using administrative records. And so the question for me would be, and it worries me that they say that, you know, there's uncertainty as to how to do it. When we did do this protocol, as far as I know, it was accepted by census. And so maybe the question is, are you following the protocol? Maybe we need to resurrect our protocol so that we can be more precise about what we want to ask related to administrative records. I'm kind of worried about this because it feels squishy.
I believe the recommendations at the time had to do with not using third party, only using agency records. And that is the current plan. So that is following the recommendations. And also to be sure to evaluate the quality of the different agency records for different things. So I think that all is being actually followed.
And I think that, you know, when we first started down the conversation of the use of administrative records, there were multiple different ways they could be used, right? And some that raised more concerns than others. And I believe that, I know for many of us, and perhaps the entire NAC, one of the concerns was how would it be used to potentially enumerate those who decided not to respond, recognizing that, you know, the hard-to-count population by definition would be, you know, highly represented in that group. And to the extent that that might represent communities of color or other, you know, marginalized communities, that these databases would not have the critical information that we need. And you know, in some ways, not really a fault on the Census Bureau, but we recognize that there are significant financial or cost constraints that have been facing the Census Bureau. So this clearly would be an easy way to reduce costs, because we know that the field program, the non-response follow-up, is amongst the most expensive, you know, components of census operations. So I think one of the fears is just sort of whether it's being pressured from other entities, you know, with respect to relying on administrative records. I think it's important for us to make clear that the quality is of utmost importance and that cost should not trump that.
So in terms of the 2018 end-to-end test, would we want to ask them to track that better for what the results are? Like if, I'm just trying to tie it back to the 2018. It's not, okay, sorry, it's like the separate one, sorry.
So I just, because of all that Terry said, I do think we just need to be diving into this issue deeper, and we should be requesting a way to do that. Imputation is a very major concern because it is going to apply presumably most heavily in hard-to-count populations. And whatever the protocols are, I mean, I want to know what they are. I mean, but the answer we got yesterday is they're still developing them. So
May I change completely the recommendation then? Because I think what's clear is that people around the table are not comfortable with how much we know about this. I would say that anyone that's interested in this should read the background paper. And that we should perhaps give, you know, just a general statement that we are very interested in this and want to follow it up and would like to have somebody report on progress towards imputation rules and use of agency records in the next NAC.
So you're recommending that it be a topic for the spring meeting?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Go ahead, Luke.
Question, so are we saying to move it from recommendations to additional questions or additional notes?
Or make a blank, you know, like a very general recommendation about the NAC would like to see the Bureau continue to evaluate the plans, you know, for imputation and for use of agency records, and to report back to the NAC in the next meeting.
Right, because we want to be able to weigh in on what they come up with, right?
I think I'd probably rather just see it in the get more information than an actual recommendation, personally, because I'm just not don't feel like I have enough information to make a recommendation.
I mean, the recommendation though is that at the next NAC meeting that they report back specifically on this, right?
Okay, and then.
Sorry, then are we deleting the first part of it then and just leaving that the whole thing is just going to be, okay.
Okay, so then we'll change it to spring 2018 NAC meeting. And then, I know, right? And did we do question 9? I'm sorry, recommendation number 9? Alisu?
No, did I read it? I think I did. Yeah, the NAC strongly urges agency records be used as a last resort for non-responding households after NERFU attempts.
I think that's reasonable. Can we vote on these as a group if there's no other clarifying questions? Or, all right, so for both 8 and 9, any opposition? So any abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. And all those in favor with a verbal aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes. And now we get to pass over to Mr. Arturo Vargas.
Okay. So we came up with a number of recommendations under the issue of confidentiality as we discussed yesterday. And I will first want to say thank you to Randy, who served as our scribe and jotted all these down. And I will fully admit that these are a product of a stream of consciousness conversation that the committee had. So there may be some that are redundant, some that may not be fully necessary, but I think it reflects the the emphasis that we're giving to this issue. So if, this is what I would propose. If I could just go through them all, and if we could approve them in concept, what I'd like to do is actually to refine them, because I don't think we actually need 11 separate ones, but I think I would like to proceed that way, if that's acceptable.
I think if it's within the FACA rules, but I think conceptually, you're just sort of editing.
Yeah.
But I guess we'd probably have to have somebody weigh in on that, but I think Tara's going to.
This is Tara. Arturo, if you're talking about doing any substantive changes, no. Optimally, we would be able to carve out enough time, or you would be able to carve out enough time to finish them here.
Well, that's not going to happen. So
Okay.
we will then take these all then. So do you want me to read them, or I think they're all, everybody has hard copies of them. I think essentially what we are giving is greater emphasis to the issue of confidentiality. The first one is that we want more research to focus on how the public is perceiving this issue, especially issues on immigration and religious bans and the whole political environment. I think we need to know what's on the public's mind with regard to this issue, which is the first recommendation. The second recommendation has to do with what we were told about yesterday, is that the communications plan actually will start in 2019 with an early education phase. We really want to know more about that, and to what extent is the public going to be primed to address the issues of confidentiality during that early education phase. The third recommendation is that we recommend this advisory committee meet with the Secretary of Commerce and with the Undersecretary for Economic Affairs to specifically address these concerns and to bring them to their attention. Fourth is that the messaging plan needs to be segmented into separate audiences. We need to make sure that there is an approach for the general population, but also the Bureau needs to specifically research messengers for the trusted messengers themselves. The people that, at the community level, that the Bureau is going to be mobilizing through its partnership program to encourage their constituents to be counted, they themselves are going to need to be reassured, and there needs to be a strategy for that. The fifth one is that the Bureau needs to start now engaging with its fellow federal agencies, specifically the Department of Homeland Security, to ensure that the federal government isn't inadvertently or otherwise sabotaging a full count of the census by engaging in activities such as enforcement activities during the census enumeration itself. And we recommend that the Bureau begin those conversations now. We also are requesting clarification on some of the confidentiality changes that have happened to Title 13, we know, is the law of the land, but there is a new program, the Federal Cybersecurity Act, and the Einstein program, where the federal government is has the ability to look at all electronic data that's being collected by the federal government and to determine if there is any hacking happening into federal agency data, and that includes the Census Bureau's data. And we just want to know, want to better understand how that's affecting the confidentiality provisions of census data. This is Julie's recommendation that we have a handout in various languages detailing how Title 13 data will be held confidential. In other words, we want to make sure that enumerators and partnership specialists have the tools they need to educate the public about the confidentiality and the safety of participating in the census. Number 8, there was a recommendation that perhaps census enumerators should have something that will distinguish them, either a uniform. We know in previous censuses they had a census bag that said, I think it was the 2010 census, or was it 2000 census? It was a 2010. They had a 2010 bag, and that's how you knew that this person was an actual enumerator. So one of the recommendations was that perhaps in 2020, enumerators should have something that identifies them visibly as being with the Census Bureau. We think that should be tested first to make sure that in fact works, and that that it actually increases public confidence and trust in census enumerators. Don't want to do something that inadvertently then scares people away. The NAC recommends coordinating messaging with various stakeholder organizations, something we raised yesterday, and Stephen Buckner, we had a little conversation in that presentation that as the Bureau does its focus groups and its polling, they should share its instruments with organizations like mine and others, AAJC, and Color of Change, other groups that are actually going to be doing similar messaging so that we complement each other's efforts, and where possible even go deeper into some of the issues so that we make the best use of our collective resources. Number 10, we just, again, this goes to the training of enumerators, but this is around specific issues of immigration. We want to make sure enumerators know what they should and should not be asking when it comes time for non-response follow-up. And we all know that in the 2020 census, there are no immigration questions. So we want to make sure enumerators are specifically trained well on what they should or should not be asking with regard to immigration status. And number 11 has to do with a contingency fund, that the Bureau should set aside funds for rapid response activities for messaging on confidentiality issues and the issues of public fear to participate in the census should something happen as we approach the census or during the actual enumeration itself, that the Bureau have resources at the ready to implement should something occur that would potentially undermine public confidence in the census during the actual enumeration phase. So those are the recommendations and their intent for your consideration.
So can I just make some general comments about these? So I would say, can we take number 2 and make that an information request? Because it's a clarification. I would take number 6 and present it as, make it a request for presentation at the spring 2018 NAC. I'm just throwing these out there, I'm not saying that. And then I have, 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, and 10, I think are like, I would want to accept as is unless you feel like they need to be. And then I just had some minor changes to 9 and 11 off of what you actually talked about.
Right, Dita, someone needs you to go through that again. You said the
number 2.
Yeah,
I'd like to
number
make
2 I moved.
Request for information. Is that?
Yeah, that's fine.
amenable?
But that's what it says. It requests clarification.
Yeah. So instead of, so it just goes into the information one instead of.
Okay.
Okay. And then number 6, I wanted to move
Similar.
that.
Which one is that now that we moved to?
Oh, it's the NAC request clarification for the sharing of the Title 13.
And you want that at the next?
I think we need a presentation for the spring NAC. Don't you believe so? Okay. So that makes it very, we'll move it to that spring NAC bucket. And then my comments just on number 9 was, let's see, NAC recommends, which is the NAC recommends coordinating messages, you had said with the various stakeholder organizations, I would say, who are also creating communications campaigns. Is that fair? I mean, just to, because you said that. I just want to capture that.
Okay.
And then number 11, which is the very last one. Or do you need me to wait? So that one that you're doing, NAC recommends coordinating messaging with the various stakeholder organizations who are also creating communications campaigns. Is that fair?
Outreach campaigns. Yeah.
Or outreach, communication outreach campaigns. And then, okay, she's getting that one. So I'm just going to discuss number 11. The NAC recommends that the Bureau set aside a specific set of funds for, I mean, I think we say, do we want to call it a contingency fund for rapid response? Like you had said that, and I just want to make sure it gets
I think
captured.
that's the intent here, yes.
Okay, so I just want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say again?
So the NAC recommends that the Bureau set aside specific set of funds for rapid response messaging of the confidential data.
Yeah.
Does that work?
Okay.
So those, I just want to make them tighter, because I would like to vote on these unless you think they need to be more fancy and,
You're good enough.
okay. Other comments? Hassan, and then Taiku, and then James.
Arturo, on this request of meeting between Commerce and Homeland Security, I thought we specifically wanted to ask Commerce to get a pledge from Homeland Security to suspend completely raids, immigration raids during the census.
Well, that should be the goal, but they need to start working on it now, is what this recommendation says.
Yeah, but specifically
To achieve
ask
that.
of suspension of.
You don't think this says it?
I think we need to be more specific. I know you mentioned raids, but I think we should ask for a specific
Okay.
suspension.
Well, this was Mr. Sines' recommendation, if he would accept friendly amendments.
So if you want to put example, not posing as census enumerators, comma, suspension of enforcement actions, that's good with me. As the examples, that's fine.
During, I mean, is there a time period, or? Because I think I want that.
Well, I mean, they differ, right? Not posing as census enumerators, that should be off the table at all, right? At all times. And then a suspension during the census of enforcement action is.
Yeah, I have to apologize. I wasn't here yesterday for the background discussion behind this, this item to commence discussions with Homeland Security. To me, it seems like a strategic political matter about whether it would actually work to achieve the goals that the NAC has in mind. I can imagine it being successful. I can imagine Homeland Security ignoring it. I can imagine it actually making things worse. And so, Hassan's suggested kind of sharpening of the recommendation is something that I would personally favor. And I'm also wondering if we shouldn't consider adding to the language, not just Homeland Security, but local law enforcement, which could also be an important mediator in making sure that census data collection does not become an opportunity to engage in enforcement. Because local law enforcement can sometimes intercede in beneficial ways.
Tom?
I think the reason that we decided asking for an immediate commencement was a concern that if we don't start now, we'll never get it. That if it starts later, there's not going to be any chance, because they will then just say, nope, off the table, done. But this was going to be a long-term effort to try to get DHS to the point where it should be. So the idea was to get the conversation started now. I think we considered whether it could make things worse, but given the fact that there is relatively little control being exercised by central DHS, I think the chances that agents will decide, oh, let's start posing as census enumerators. Oh, I think there's very little chance that we're like giving them ideas that they don't already have. So the idea was a political conclusion that you got to get this conversation started now, or there's no chance of getting the right pressure to where we need to be with them, I guess, was the thinking.
So my question, Thomas, do you want to include the word immediately commence beforehand, or is some way, you know?
I think we said immediately yesterday, but.
Do you still have a question, Hassan? No? Alisu?
Yes. On number 7, currently there is a handout that, you know, explains confidentiality, and that is being, you know, used in different tests and continues to be used, and there are different, some language versions. But as many products that the Bureau has, sometimes they have to have a lot of legalese, and they're not very clear and simple for somebody to read at the doorstep. And what we've seen in some testing is that respondents say, I wouldn't really read this at doorstep. I'd be too nervous talking to the person there. So I would say that if we could perhaps change a little bit number 7 to say that it's in simple language, and you know, that I think that would be a good change.
Would my modification address your concern there?
Can I actually recommend some language then? Can we say that the NAC recommends the Census Bureau develop tools and resources, effective tools and resources in various language, blah, blah, blah. That way we're not saying it has to be a handout, but tools could be handouts, could be videos, could be PSAs.
In simple language.
In simple language.
Is there any way, at least through the handout that you were mentioning that they do have, can we see that? Can we be sent the information that they're using to assure people of confidentiality so that we can take a look at what it says and give them feedback on whether we think it's useful or
Has it been
not?
developed yet? Stephen, do you know if it's been developed yet? It has, yeah? Has it been developed? The
Well, I think, Alisu, didn't you just say they were using it?
It's used in different tests, yes. And it has
So-
been used in the 2010 decennial as well.
Your mic.
Microphones, please.
I'm
And
sorry.
it's probably
It
on
was
the
used in
website.
2010, for instance, and it has continued
Is it
to
on
be
the
used
website?
in different tests.
Okay, Stephen just said he would send it to us. Okay.
Gilberto?
Yeah, my question is on number 5 regarding the Homeland Security meetings. I don't know if we can ask for a suspension, but maybe instead request that they don't use the census activity to, you know, enforce immigration, because I don't know if they will be suspending their efforts to enforce immigration just because the census is going on, but maybe try to stop them from using the census activity to enforce immigration.
Yeah, I think that's exactly the intention behind this.
Right, and then also
recommendation.
seeing what they did in 2010 and 2000, if there was some practices that they used that worked, whether it was a suspension or agreement.
Thank you.
Because I thought in
Oh,
2010.
was there a suspension then?
Was it? It was.
Ah, okay, thank you.
Do you want me to use the phrase raids instead?
Julie? Julie? You have everything up? Okay, Jim?
Okay, we've already fixed or edited some of the things I was going to suggest, but for number 5, what I would suggest is if you can scroll down after the question, what is the trigger that allows? And then at the end of that sentence with the, go ahead and make require, that portion is going to be a new recommendation, and it would say the NAC recommends the Census Bureau require that the individual who examines the data be a census employee or have Title 13 special sworn status as a separate, distinct one. And then the second sentence I would delete because it's actually stated in the very next recommendation.
Thank you. Tom?
On that issue, I just wanted to say the reason that we put the second sentence there was our understanding in the group was these discussions had occurred previously and they had not succeeded. But what we wanted to point out is mid-decade, the kind of reassurances that we understood were put in place is fine. But when you get to the census, you need a simple message, and having to explain why the danger of microdata exchange is really limited because of all the checks and balances, doesn't really serve the need at census time for a very simple, clear, soundbite message versus conversations that had happened mid-decade, which apparently, as we understood it, were resolved with reassurances that there were checks and balances, et cetera, that was fine for then. But when you need a soundbite message around census, checks and balances aren't going to do it. And I think that's the reason. It probably wasn't expressed well, but that was why that sentence, seemingly redundant, was in that specific recommendation.
Yeah, and what I would suggest is maybe if, just as a slight addition in the edit on number 6, just make clear what we're talking about is the training of those individuals. And that's where I got disconnected, because I thought you were referring to the receivers rather than the people who are actually giving the message, which is clear that that's what you intend.
Well, I mean, it's about a little bit more than just training, right? I mean, it's about whether or not the person who is looking at the information is actually sworn under Title 13 to keep that information confidential under penalties of prison time or monetary fines. So that's what we're trying to get at, is whoever is going to be looking at that data, whether that be a Census Bureau employee, which would be our preference, or if it happens to be, say, a DHS agent, but that they would then have to be sworn under Title 13 in order to be able to perform those duties.
Yeah, what I would suggest then
Subject to those
is,
penalties.
if you could just say, have it read instead, in order to assure respondents that the data will not be used to harm them in any way, because I think where you have the deliver a simple message statement, I don't think you need to have that in there.
I think that while we partly included it, right, is because the key thing was wanting the people who are doing the outreach in the communities to understand that message, because right now they don't, and so that's why that's there. So there's the materials being clear and simple and effective, and there's the the people themselves going out there getting people to fill out the forms as stakeholders, the community leaders, these people doing that, as well as people actually sworn by Title 13 and doing it, all understanding that message and being able to convey it in simple terms and not in a way that's like, according to Title 13, you know, like to be able to like explain it to them in a way that they'll understand.
Yeah, I think it's just a wordsmithing issue, because I just don't.
So I think one of the issues was, you know, the Census Bureau previously had been able to say, you know, we will not be sharing your data with any other federal agencies or whatnot, right? And now technically, as the lawyers in the room would, you know, probably get into, yes, but no, right? And so then you can't get into all that detail, right? So the idea is, how can we still maintain the ability to say, this will not be shared with anyone else, you know, that your data will be kept confidential under penalties of X, Y, Z.
I might suggest putting the in order to be able to utilize a simple message statement, blah, 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 the NAC recommends. Because that's the idea. We want to be back in a position where you can simply say the data won't be shared, period. Not the data won't be shared unless there is a showing under blah, blah, blah of blah, blah, blah. Because that kind of long message isn't going to work at this point in the decade for a census. And then I also wanted to go back at this issue about the suspension that Gilberto raised. I'm okay saying restriction of enforcement actions. We would want raids suspended. We would want to put restrictions on other enforcement actions. But other than that, I don't think we need to be any more specific. But I do note that Hassan wanted it previously just said raids, so I want to make sure he's okay with the example being restriction of immigration enforcement actions. If I understand Gilberto's concern, he doesn't know that we're going to get that, so he wants to be. I'm going to step out now and let the two of you.
I mean, are people more comfortable with saying restrictions of immigration enforcement rather than suspension? Because restriction sort of can be suspension, but could be something not quite as extreme.
I believe suspension is kind of strong, and we may not get away with it. So that was my concern.
I was fine with suspension.
I prefer suspension. I prefer all
Any-
suspension
all right.
of immigration raids, but that's just me.
Any other comments on any of these? If not, Madam Chair, could we accept them in bulk?
So I did add a little extra to number 5 if you want to read it and make sure it comports with what you were thinking.
All right.
What does the, I'm sorry, what does the sharing of the Title 13 mean?
Oh, Title 13 data.
Data.
Ah, okay.
All right. Any other questions, clarifications? No, seeing none, let's move to the vote to adopt these en masse. Those opposed? Hearing none, seeing none. Anyone abstaining? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. All voting in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Turn it over to Carol Gore.
So I need to ask first, is Desi on the phone?
Is Desi on the phone? Does anyone know?
Desi should be on the line right now. This is Tara.
One moment, and I will open up Desi's line.
Great, thank you.
Desi's line is now open.
Terrific, great. So I think a number of us are going to lead this, primarily James, and Desi wants to make some comments. My thanks to Randall for helping us coordinate with Desi. So we've had some last-minute edits to the information that we're going to share with you, so it'll be a little different than what was handed out, but it'll be shorter, less volume, and fewer recommendations, just to be clear. So I'm waiting for it to get up on the screen here.
They are locked in Gmail now, so we're going to have to do a cut and paste and put them in the document. So that'll take about 1 or 2 minutes, maybe 1. This is Tara.
Thank you.
Carol, could I ask a clarifying question? I was talking to Randy offline, and I just wanted to ask a clarifying question.
Of course, go ahead.
So does this coding process, this request for feedback, does it have to do with the actual collection of information in the census from tribes in some sort of drop-down, from individuals in some sort of drop-down menu? Or does this only matter for the actual reporting after the fact, once everything's collected, how the data will be reported and grouped and aggregated? Does it have any influence on the collection?
I'm looking to see if there's anyone from Census in the room that can answer that question. Desi, I don't think there's anyone here that can answer that question.
So one of the things that Randy and I were discussing was, will these groupings be included in a drop-down menu online?
They will not. They will only be, I asked that question yesterday.
Okay.
They will only be there in the drop-down for the NERFU enumerator, not online for the respondents. The respondents will just have the open field.
I see. So the respondents will be able to write whatever. They won't actually see the grouping, so that won't actually influence what they write.
That is correct.
Okay, that was a huge point of clarification. Thanks. Is that Ali Sue?
Sure.
Thank you.
Desi, other questions or comments you want to make before we get started? We have our recommendations up when you're ready.
So I guess that then clarifies a lot, and I actually then have, I actually want to simplify my recommendations even more. I thought this was actually influencing collection, so I thought there needed to be a lot more information collected from tribal leaders and for them to weigh in. But if this is all going to just influence after the fact how the data are reported and aggregated, then I think that can wait. So I'm happy just to include my request for more information from Kion and her team, and then also just the recommendation that it be simplified, the letter be simplified, and then you can go ahead and drop the rest of those recommendations.
Desi, we've already done that, so let's do this, since I know you can't see what we're seeing. Let me get through the recommendations we have, and then I'll make sure, please comment along the way, and I'll make sure to ask you at the end if there's anything that we've missed or deleted improperly and you wish to add back in. Will that work for you?
Perfect. Thanks, Carol.
That's great. So can someone scroll up to the first?
She has additional recommendations that they have to get online, and so they suggested skipping to the other ones while they do it because it's a computer. Otherwise, they won't be able to see Desi's.
Okay. So just to confirm, Desi, you have additional recommendations that you are sending?
They were already sent to Tara.
Okay, so we're going to recess our discussion on this issue until those get incorporated and move on to other items, and then we'll come back.
Okay, thanks.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so we're going to step to section on Rome, which I took the ones that you guys have and I reordered them. So I'm going to read them off the thing, and I think they'll make a lot more sense. So I'm reading the right here. So Rome and LRS be a focal point starting in January 2018 or earlier to be made available for states, cities, local jurisdictions, community-based organizations, et cetera, because there are very few partnership specials available until 2018. Having Rome available for local communities is even more important. We cannot let an entire year pass. That's sort of an overarching one. So moving to 2, that's not really a recommendation, I guess it is. So I recommended we provide appropriate resources to advance the Rome app from beta form and roll out publicly. This would include the ability to update it as soon as the new planning database is available, and further versions as well, so we don't have to wait when they get new data. Recommend that the Census Bureau combine Rome with a rapid response mapper, which is what they're planning to do in the same app, not having it be separate. And I just put having the response rate real-time layered over the planning database map, the Rome app, will be of great help to local and state governments that will use this mapping app to design the real-time rapid response outreach. Please do not separate the map app from the real-time map. Number 4, recommend the Census Bureau place Rome LRS application database on a public server so that local governments, states, community-based organizations, et cetera, can use this as a baseline for their planning strategy and rapid deployment efforts. 5, recommend the Census Bureau's rapid response mapper be published at the lowest level of geography available. So, for example, census block group level versus census tract. I think the lower we can get in terms of the data they have on it and the response rate, the better it's going to be for us in the field to use that to assist. Let's see. The NAC recommends Rome be available and functional for the territories. Those are Turows. And then 7, recommendation, the Rome LRS app show which census block group tracks are part of the 20% that will be receiving paper questionnaire forms first. And then the last one's really teeny, and that is the NAC recommends that Rome include a geographical field for federal, thank you, tribal lands and reservations, because it's an already existing database, so it's not anything new. So it's giving another layer, which facilitate queries for low response rates in Indian country and allow better targeted efforts by census and their partnership programs. I think, is there a 9? I don't know if there's a 9 or not. Was it just 8? Nope, I think those were all. I just wanted to open discussion on that, but I would like to sort of adopt them in whole, or any additions, or discussion. So Megan and Alisu and then Megan, and then Julie.
So from the explanation we heard this morning, the low response is only available for areas where they had mail out, mail back. So it seemed like the reservations perhaps didn't have that, so that information is not available. And the same is true for the territories. It wasn't done that way. So I don't think asking for that to be incorporated to Rome, by definition, is not possible.
They actually do. They actually do have the response rates for mail-in rates for the reservations, because there's another tool. Census doesn't currently provide it, but one of our partnering organizations actually did it using census data. So it actually is in there. So what we're basically trying to do is to ask to use something that another organization has already done using an existing geographical feature that Census offers. But it should be. Some places it won't be, but most of Indian country there actually will be some sort of shading and response rate.
So is it a census data layer, or is it done by an outside organization?
No, it's a census data layer. What I'm talking about is one of our civil rights partners actually did this using existing census data, but they created their own file that does it.
Okay, so so for example, like what we're going to do in California is we're not going to put it on the Rome. We're going to use the Rome and overlay it for our own uses. So I didn't know if you want it actually in Rome versus you being able to use it. That's why I wanted to track.
I think actually having it in Rome is fine because it's an existing geographical feature that Census already offers through other geographic products.
Okay, I mean, I think they'll use what they have. So does that comport with what you're saying, that they don't have it, or?
Good. Presentation.
Okay, well, I guess if we put in a recommendation and they say we don't have it, then we can clarify.
That's such a good segue into what I was going to say, which is that the tool seems to be incredibly functional and great even beyond the low response score. So there are tracks where they're unable to calculate an LRS, but they still have all that underlying data. But it seemed like for Alaska and the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, maybe they didn't even have that. So if they could at least build out the functionality to have that tracking to the ACS, even if they don't have a low response score, I think that would still be viable. So I think that these could be tweaked.
Right, because they have, the underlining is the planning database, which has 40 million records, and the LRS is, I think, just part of what's being depicted.
So for recommendation 6, if we could say, acknowledging that an LRS doesn't exist, it would, you know, whatever you would want to say. Is that what? I'm helping you. So for recommendation 6, saying, despite the fact that there's no low response score for areas like the Virgin Islands, still build out the functionality of the Rome to include ACS.
Okay, I think, James, do you want to go on microphone right now and read what didn't make it in? Yeah. James, can you read that? Hey, James, can you read what you wanted to add, which I guess it didn't make it in?
The NAC recommends that if a census tract in Rome has data suppressed for privacy reasons, that the Bureau at least identify what the mail response rate was for that tract to facilitate identification of whether that tract has a hard-to-reach population.
Is that?
So Nancy didn't say there are no mail responses. She said that there's such a low denominator or whatever that the low response score is not
calculated in the low, the LRS.
It's just, it's going to be like so high that it's not, it's almost not useful. Whereas all that other information from ACS that tracks onto those tracts.
Like the hard to count scores that they did in 2010,
would create
right.
The equivalent of a hard to count.
So are hard to count, I'm not sure, are hard to count scores not on Rome? I thought they were. I mean, I thought it's in the part of the 40 million.
Low response rates.
They have the LRS rather than the HTC. Low response score rather than the hard to count score. But the other tool does have the hard to count. There is another tool that exists out in the world that has the hard to count score. So.
Right. And there's also the filters where you could actually filter. I don't know. I guess we have to ask, is there a filter where it may not have it up, but you could actually filter what, if there were HTC scores in it? Do you guys know? If there's HTC, but we can.
We'd have to play with it more.
Yeah. I think these are good suggestions. Other ideas or recommendations? Nope. Changes? Can we vote on these? And then we get back to the, okay, any opposition? Hearing none, seeing none. Any abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, thank you. So are we ready to turn it back over to Carol?
Real quick, just wanted to flag, I had put a placeholder for you wanted to make a recommendation about a new working group around recruitment and hiring or something to that effect?
Yeah.
Or do you, oops, sorry. Do you still want to do that, I guess?
Yes, I think so. So it would be, we recommend that the NAC, that the Census Bureau, the NAC recommends that the Census Bureau consider adding an additional work group on hiring, recruitment, and retention. Tom?
I would just ask that we not say hiring, we say selection, just because there are different models of staffing.
Excellent. So any other clarifying questions, additions? Do you want to vote on that one really quick? Any opposition? Hearing, seeing none. Any abstentions? Hearing, seeing none, and all those in favor? I think that passes. I was just doing a count to make sure we had a quorum. Go ahead, Carol.
I think before I start, we also need a quick count on who's returning to the hotel so we can get a cab. So if you're going back to the hotel, would you raise your hand? I see 1, 2, 3.
All the rest on the bus.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, off topic. Just waiting for the recommendations to come up. And Desi, you're still online.
I am, yes, I'm online.
Great, thank you. So I will have to read this off the screen, and forgive me, I think this is yours, Desi. It says, please simplify your letter so that it clearly states how tribes will benefit. A key point here is accurately counting tribal populations in the manner individuals want to be counted, in quote, self-identification, and in the manner that is most useful to tribal government, in parens, through a relevant coding scheme, close parens. What products do tribes currently receive? What products will tribes like to receive? Indicate that tribes will still be able to get tribal-specific information, not just date on their aggregate grouping from Desi. Desi, did you want to add any comment?
Yeah, these are all old recommendations, so I had sent an updated list, but after talking to Randy and after getting clarification from Ali Sue, I'm just happy to drop all of my recommendations and just include a request for information from Hyun, some clarification and information from her. So my new recommendations, I guess, that's an old recommendation, Carol. So I'm happy just to drop them and just to follow up with Hyun separately. And the only recommendation that I would like to put forth for the group to consider is that the Bureau follows up with tribes and to actually evaluate the utility of census products, both current products and future products.
Is that in there?
Is it a recommendation that you've submitted, Desi, or is this, you want us to capture what you're saying?
Carol, excuse me, this is Tara. The recommendations that Desi submitted most recently are here in gray font. We can make it a little darker so you can read it, but we do have Desi's most recent recommendations, and they're added in the document.
That's okay. I'm happy to drop those still because they're just too complicated right now. I need more information, so I'd rather just have those dropped and follow up separately with Hyun and her team. And if somebody could just capture a recommendation that the Bureau follow up with tribes to look at the utility of census products, both current and future products.
Okay, hang on, we're capturing that, and I'll read it back to you, and then we'll go back to the start of our recommendations. Eliminate the one that I read out loud the first time, as I understood your comment. Desi, is that correct?
Yes, you can eliminate all of my recommendations, Carol, just to simplify.
So Desi, can you repeat the last one? You said the NAC recommends the Census Bureau follow up with tribes on something about on products?
On the utility of existing census products for tribes and to influence the development of future products. And so this is related to the coding, right? So if the coding is actually going to, the coding scheme influences the reporting of the data. It influences how the data are then used, and how tribes are aggregated. So to me, this is a reporting issue that tribes need to be followed up with about at a later date.
So let me read this one back to you, and then we're going to go back to the beginning and try to address these as in some group order, I think. So if I can read back what we've captured, Desi. The NAC recommends the Census Bureau follow up with tribes on the utility of existing census products for tribes and to influence the development of new products. Did we capture that correctly?
Yep, that sounds great.
Okay.
Thanks.
Great.
I just have a friendly amendment. Maybe change follow up with consult. Because they may not have done it with some of the products. We just want to make clear that we want them to do it for all the products.
Great. Are you okay with that, Desi?
That's perfect.
That's great. What I'd like to do is just capture your comments and questions. Let me get back to the beginning, make sure that you've got a clean script here. So as I understand it, we're going to eliminate the first number 1 on our list, Desi, that says information request, the first one that I read out. You already did that?
Okay.
Okay. So I'm not going to, number 1 is just an informational request for me. It's not a recommendation. So I would just like to sort of skip over that to save a little time. That's just an information request. So on to the recommendations, and these are primarily from James. So I'm going to ask you, James, to speak to these, if you would, please.
Okay, the first one, which is listed as number 2, I think is something that we've actually requested before, but the reason why I'm doing it again is because NCAI specifically wanted us to make the request again. And it says the NAC recommends the Census Bureau will restore the surveys of tribal lands and rural areas with non-traditional addresses. I say that with a caveat, we understand that it's an appropriations issue, and that's something that we're also hoping to do. We're lobbying right now, trying to get that money. The second one, or the third, I'll just use the numbers you have. Number 3, the NAC further recommends that if funding is not available for surveys of tribal lands and rural areas with non-traditional addresses, that the Census Bureau use its integrated partnership program to coordinate with non-governmental and tribal entities to obtain the information necessary to obtain an accurate count of these hard-to-reach populations. And
James, could I suggest maybe we take these 2 and see if there's questions since they're related to geography?
Okay.
And we can perhaps vote on these 2 as a separate issue? Thank you. Any questions? Comments? Revisions? Ready to vote? All right. Edith, please.
All right, on these 2 recommendations, any opposition? Seeing, hearing none. Any abstentions? Seeing, hearing none, and those in favor, respond verbally. Aye. All right, those pass.
And then the last one, number 4, is just our comments on the tribal outreach letter. It says the NAC recommends the tribal outreach letter make clear that self-identification of tribal members will not be requesting tribal enrollment information, that the tribal outreach letter make clear it is seeking a response from the elected tribal government regarding how the tribe is to be classified for purposes of the census. The NAC recommends that the tribal outreach letter provide a more concise, clearer explanation regarding the purpose of classifying Alaska Native and American Indian tribes to include a reference to use for mandated purposes such as language determinations under Section 203 of the Voting Rights Act. The NAC recommends that the instructions for race and ethnicity make clear that it is requesting the tribe of origin and/or tribal affiliation with which AIAN respondents identify themselves. And I think the only thing we should add to this is that Carol and I specifically talked about that we want to work directly with Census on editing the letter to accomplish these goals. So I don't know if we can just add language in there that makes clear that we want to work with them to develop the language that addresses these concerns.
Any questions or comments for James? Desi, are you hearing this for the first time? I hope you're good with these recommendations.
That's fine. Yes, I'm
Great, thank you.
in agreement.
I see no questions or comments, so I'll turn it over to you, Diaz.
So on number 4 and all of the bullets below, any opposition? Hearing none, seeing none. Any abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. And all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, these pass.
So the last one up is number 5, and Desi, this is your recommendation. Let me just read it to be clear. The NAC recommends the Census Bureau consult with tribes on the utility of existing census products for tribes and to influence the development of new products. Any questions, comments? I see none. Diaz.
So on number 5, any opposition? Oh, Hassan?
I think the word utility is the appropriate one, or
Do you have any suggestion for another word? That's what Desi had recommended.
Usefulness?
Utility is perfect.
Okay. All right. Any other clarification? So I had heard no opposition. So any abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. And all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All, it passes. I think all the other items that we have following were just requests for information. I don't know if you guys want to look at that. I mean, I think we've all talked about requests for information, so we don't have to vote on that. All right. Well,
I have a question.
Yes.
How are those requests for information handled? Does Tara then take those requests and send them to the appropriate subject expert?
Hi, Desi, this is Tara. We're going to handle them along with the other recommendations. We will answer those at the same time we respond to the NAC's recommendations, so our responses will be in writing.
Does that help, Desi?
Yeah, so then could my information request then still remain in that list? Just the information request that I sent to Tara. If that could remain in there, that would be great. I would like a response in writing.
That was in the email that you submitted?
To Tara, yeah.
To
So there
Tara.
was recommendations and then just the information request. And I'm happy for the recommendations to be, to be deleted, but I would like for the information request to be included.
Okay, I believe she still has your email and she understands that that's an information request that we'll add. Yeah. And we don't need to vote on it. Thank you.
One question I have, this is Terry. I think we had an information request earlier about the background checks, and it's not here anymore. Did we want to drop those, or do we want to include, is there information we want to request around that?
I think the answer is yes, and I thought you had it in there, but I mean, one of the things that we want to have with it is the information they can provide. They can't actually provide us with the criminal background checks themselves, but what we do want to do is we want to find out what the demographic breakdown is of people who are disqualified from working for census because of a negative criminal background check.
All right, so the NAC.
It's more going to be in the form of just general information about the number of applicants overall, and then the sort of information that would actually be on an EEO-1 form that specifies the race and ethnicity of those who were hired, and then race and ethnicity and of those individuals who are disqualified because of a criminal record.
Is this for 2010 hires? Okay.
Yes.
So can you spell it out for me, Jim? So that.
I'll just go over there.
Okay.
Okay.
Come over and do that.
I wanted to call up Jim Spletzer. He will be adjourning the meeting as the official designated federal officer. Nancy was taken ill, so we want to go ahead and bring him up. Do we have any? Look at the agenda. Are we ready to adjourn? think that's it. We're ready to adjourn.
Do you have any closing remarks?
I just have some closing remarks. Remarkable meeting. We're going to finish early so we can all get to our respective places. I want to thank the NAC members for being so engaged and for doing your homework. I think that we're a more sort of mature group of meaning that we've been around and we understand the items that we're doing. And I'm just really looking forward to additional working groups and the work moving forward towards the decennial.
So I also want to thank you for the work that you have done in the past couple days and leading up to these meetings. It's clear to me that we have the same goal, and that is a quality 2020 census, and that you all represent your groups in a very passionate and a positive way. So I truly appreciate it. I think that you have hit all of the key subjects, confidentiality, communications and partnerships, especially with the end-to-end test that's coming up in 18, the children's undercount, hiring, and administrative records. If I could list a hit parade of topics that are key to a successful 2020, I think that would be on my list. So I appreciate it. And I really enjoyed dinner last night, and I look forward to the next dinner. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Enrique. Thank you, Didas. And thank you all for such an engaging meeting. Your comments and perspectives are beneficial and a critical element to our efforts. I have a few announcements before we conclude. The spring meeting date is April 26th through 27th. Oh, I should introduce myself. My name is Jim Splitzer. I am the designated federal official for the Federal Economic Statistics Advisory Committee, often known as FESAC. By FACA Law Federal Advisory Committee Act, a DFO needs to adjourn this meeting. So Nancy got taken sick. I was upstairs, and I will help you adjourn. Okay, the spring meeting date is April 26th, 27th, 2018. If members have any conflicts with this date, please reach out to Tara or any members of the advisory committee branch. I'm going to ask you to please remove your badges and leave them on the table along with your tent card. This will help us save a little bit of money and we can reuse them at our next meeting. And before adjourning, I'd like to thank everyone for their participation today. I also want to thank specifically the advisory committee branch, LaJoy Matthews, Farrah Garcia, Kim Brown, and Tara Dunlop Jackson. I also want to thank the Communications Directorate, the staff from the Information Technology Directorate, the staff from the Conference and Travel Office, and all of our presenters, subject matter experts, working groups, and all other supporting census offices that made this meeting happen. This concludes the NAC 2017 fall proceedings. Just a reminder, the bus leaves in 15 minutes. The bus will make 2 stops at Ronald Reagan National Airport at 3:15 p.m. and at the hotel at 3:45 p.m. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.